All right, he's giving this. We're good, Nick? All right. Welcome to the National Council on Disabilities. The National Council on Disability, our first meeting for fiscal year 25-26. At that, I will ask Anna if you will do a roll call, please.
Okay, Sean Kennemer,
Here.
Hosky Benally Jr.,
Here.
Sasha Bittner,
Ew.
Theo Brady,
Here.
He's waving here.
Here. Can you hear me?
we got you, Theo. Kim Ridley,
Here.
Like she said here. You don't have sound, but
Risa Rifkind,
Here. Good morning.
reply, yes.
Neil Romano,
Here.
Joan DeRocher,
Here.
Nick Sabula, Keith Woods, Amy Nicholas, Jed Solomon, Ann Summers McIntosh, Nettary Lewis,
Here.
Stacy Brown, Kimmy Ikobaki. And that concludes the roll call.
Thank you. You want to do the proclamation now?
Yeah, why not?
Okay. It's my pleasure to read a proclamation from the mayor of Orlando. So it says the proclamation from the city of Orlando, Office of the Mayor. Whereas the National Council on Disability is an independent, nonpartisan federal agency established by Congress, initially as an advisory council within the Department of Health, Education, and Welfare in 1978. And whereas NCD became an independent federal agency in 1984, and whereas in 1986, NCD advised Congress to enact the Americans with Disabilities Act and provided Congress with the first version of the bill, which was introduced in the House and Senate in 1988, which passed and became law in 1990. And whereas NCD continues to play a leading role as a trusted federal advisor to the President, Congress, and federal agencies in developing disability policies and removing barriers for people with disabilities in the United States through its investigations and findings. And whereas NCD is visiting our region to hear from subject matter experts and Florida's disability community leaders on the topics of emergency preparedness, the rising number of youth and young adults in nursing homes, and transportation barriers through a series of town hall public comment sessions to help inform NCD's continued work. Now, therefore, I, Buddy Dreyer, Mayor of the City of Orlando, do hereby welcome the National Council on Disabilities to our community and thank the agency for listening to and learning from residents to help create a more welcoming, just society for all. In witness that whereof, I hereto have set my hand and caused the seal of the City of Orlando to be affixed this 20th of January 2026.
Great. Now we're going to do the acceptance of the draft minutes.
Yes. Do we need, so will you please do a roll call to accept the draft minutes?
Ma'am, give me one moment.
Okay.
Shut down my computer.
I'm sorry, let's back up. First, we need to do the acceptance of the meeting agenda. So if you'll do a roll call for the meeting agenda to accept it.
Okay. One moment.
Do we need a first and a second?
Yes, we do. Thank you, Sasha.
I
Can I get a first to accept the?
move.
Thank you, Sasha. Is there a second?
Second.
Thank you, Hosky. Now, let's do a vote.
Okay, roll call. Sean Kennemer,
Yes.
Hosky Benally Jr.,
Yes.
Sasha Bittner,
Yes.
Theo Brady,
Yes.
Kim Ridley,
Yes.
Risa Rifkind,
Yes.
Neil Romano.
Yes.
And those that we could not hear, we did see visually that they did respond. Thank you. The motion carries. Can I get a motion to accept the draft minutes from our August 2028 or August 28th to the 29th of 2025 council meeting?
I move.
Sasha moves. Can I get a second?
Second.
Neil seconds. Thank you. And can you please read a vote?
Sean Kennemer,
Yes.
Hosky Benally Jr.,
Yes.
Sasha Bittner,
Yeah.
Theo Brady.
Yes.
I get a yes from Theo. Kim Ridley,
Yes.
yes. Risa Rifkin,
Yes.
Neil Romano.
Yes.
Thank you. With that, we are going to move to our policy update. And I will turn it over to Joan, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to first take a moment to introduce Zoe Whalen, the newest member of the policy team. She comes to NCD from the Department of Justice, where she served as the Deputy Chief of the Disability Rights Section. We are very lucky to have her. If she could wave from the back. This is their first official meeting, so please welcome her. Since the last council meeting, we've been moving forward in our policy work for FY26. Specifically getting underway our work on a disability competency curriculum, seeking input at this meeting on our state and local emergency management work, and beginning to research work that's been done on access to courts to inform the council's recommendations in that space. We are specifically reviewing existing literature that examines accessibility in state and federal courts, including processes and best practices for providing reasonable modifications and effective communication. This literature review will help inform NCD's work on the access to courts issue. You'll be hearing more on this tomorrow morning, but we sought input for the first time through an RFI, a request for information on the Disability Competency Curriculum Project. Jed will be reviewing what we received tomorrow for you, which has been quite a lot, and will also facilitate a discussion with the council on potential recommendations. We have kicked off our nursing home project under the leadership of Councilmember Ridley and staff Amy Nicholas. Ari Neiman, a former council member of NCD, has assisted us with accessing some needed data from CMS and helping us analyze younger population numbers. Later today, we'll have a panel organized by Amy discussing institutionalization of younger people in nursing homes. Amy will also be facilitating a panel on state and local emergency management, hearing from Floridians on issues that have specifically impacted this part of the country. Joy has been assigned this year's progress report, and the subcommittee has begun meeting to discuss and have approved a timeline and work plan going forward. As a follow-up to our recently released transportation report, we also have a panel scheduled today to continue to highlight NCD's recommendations. Joy organized this panel, which is focusing on transit issues experienced by Floridians, specifically looking at the barriers wheelchair users in Florida face with ground transportation, and it will highlight how public-private partnerships have been used to expand access. In other follow-up on this report, in November, we met with Senator Duckworth's office to discuss legislation related to the report's recommendations on wheelchair accessible vehicles. And in December, we also wrote to the Office of the Secretary at the Department of Transportation, requesting a meeting to discuss our recommendations. And in January, we wrote to the Federal Transit Administration, and they have already gotten back to us, and we're setting up a meeting with them very soon. Finally, when Amy was doing some of the research on the younger population institutionalized in nursing homes, She stumbled on a particular issue happening in Florida regarding home and community-based services. As most of you know, NCD has done an extensive amount of work on HCBS. And so tomorrow, Amy has organized a panel that is going to discuss a legal review being conducted of administrative hearing decisions on Florida's HCBS waiver eligibility. You'll hear much more about that tomorrow, and I'll facilitate that panel. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That concludes my report. I'm open to any questions you may have about any of our work.
Any council members have any questions, concerns? Okay, seeing none, hearing none, then we'll move on. At this time, we will move to our sorry, I lost my place. Our panel on sorry, my brain is not working today. Institutionalization of youth in the nursing homes, and that will be conducted by Amy. Amy, if you will come up and introduce our panel. All right, it'll be just a few minutes. No worries. They said they've adjusted that. Yeah, I mean.
I think we're ready if you guys are.
Thank you. Let's go ahead and proceed with our panel.
I appreciate it, trying to get everyone together. It's, all right, well, thank you, Chairman, everyone. Good morning. It's I'm happy to be here, and I am extremely ecstatic over this panel that has agreed to give us their time this morning to talk about this extremely important issue. The purpose for this panel is twofold. One is to kickstart or to continue NCD's report on the institutionalization of youth in nursing homes, while highlighting the pervasive issues surrounding the institutionalization of youth in nursing homes as well. We've reported on this issue for well over a decade. In 2010, we found that people aged 31 to 64 made up to 14% of nursing home populations, according to HHS data. In 2013, That percentage increased to 17%. And in November of 2022, we found that people with disabilities under the age of 30 was the fastest growing nursing home population in the US. We also found that they had the younger youth in nursing homes had different diagnoses from those of their older counterparts, and they resided in lower quality and for-profit facilities. Very little research has been done dedicated as to the policies or trends that are contributing and creating to this ever-growing population and to their placement in more expensive institutionalized congregate care settings. Or have we looked at the impacts on their education, employment, or community involvement once placed in an institution? Or the incidence of how returning them back into the community once they are placed in an institution. So our current research will culminate in a report that will expand on findings from NCD's reports over the last decade. We will address unanswered questions regarding people with disabilities in skilled nursing facilities. We're going to obtain the most recent data and information available on CMS's website or database on younger people in nursing homes. And we're going to identify the existing policy, trends, and events that contribute to the placement of people with disabilities or with youth with disabilities in nursing homes. Try to figure out what are these issues that prevent the transition for these youth with disabilities back into the community. And also look at the supports available to those who are institutionalized. What programs are being provided to them or services are being provided to them while they are in the facility. Before we begin our discussion, I want to briefly do an introduction to our esteemed panel. We have Lindsay Weinstock, who is a current partner at Brown, Goldstein, and Levy. I'm going out of turn here. She's the second one over. And she, prior to being at Brown, Goldstein, Levy, she was for more than a decade, up until May of 2025, had the honor of serving as a trial attorney in the disability rights section at the Department of Justice. And she was the lead litigator on this case that we'll be talking about today. Paulo Anino, who is on Zoom with us, is the national leader in helping children in healthcare, juvenile justice, and criminal law systems. Professor Anino is the Glass Professor of Public Interest Law and a distinguished university scholar of Florida State University College of Law. Matthew Dietz is a civil rights attorney, clinical law professor, who is our third one down, only male on the panel, easy to identify. And he is a nationally recognized advocate for the rights of people with disabilities. He's the director and professor of law of the Disability Inclusion and Advocacy Law Clinic at Nova Southeastern University, Shepherd Broad College of Law. One of the few law school clinics in the US dedicated exclusively to disability civil rights across all spectrums of housing, education, healthcare, employment, and public participation. Dr. Mary Ellenbach, on the end, I didn't fire these up well, is a pediatrician and medical director at the Pediatric Complex Care Program at UW Health Kids in Madison, Wisconsin. She's an associate professor of pediatrics at the University of Wisconsin School of Medicine and Public Health. And her official work focuses on care and coordination for children with medical complexity. She served as an expert witness in the case we're going to discuss today for the United States Department of Justice. And to my right is Dana Rogers. Dana is a single mother of 3 children. She's one of her children has multiple severe disabilities. He has been disabled since birth, diagnosed with multiple disabilities, which I'll let her explain as well. And she's been fighting with the state of Florida to receive appropriate services for her son for as long as I'm sure she can remember. It came to a pinnacle in February of 2025. She has an associate's degree in business. Dana, I want to thank you for being here today. You're definitely the most important person on this panel.
Sorry about the disruption of my son.
No.
The noise.
No apology needed. Never apologize. I would love for you to tell us a little bit about your son and what services he requires. And what happened why did things change last year?
Well, Mayak is a 10-year-old little boy. The main diagnosis is tubular sclerosis complex 1. It's where benign tumors grow on the organs. He has 32 tumors on the brain.
Oh, sorry, right side. There we go.
Sorry. Okay. So he's 10-year-old little boy. Main diagnosis is tubular sclerosis complex 1. The condition is where benign tumors grow on multiple organs of the body. He has 32 tumors on the brain, one severe one that's inoperable because it's in the cerebral cortex of the brain, in danger of cutting off the spinal fluid. Doctors can't touch it unless it's life or death. So he has level 3 autism, Lennox-Gastaut syndrome, which is a rare form of epilepsy, meaning he has so many forms of epilepsy that they just can't give it a label. So they just do that. His epilepsy is medication resistant because you can't give him medication for all the different forms of epilepsy. We've had open heart surgery already to remove tumors off the heart. We've had open heart surgery to remove tumors off the brain. We're in the process of doing more medical testing for a second brain surgery to remove more tumors off the brain that are causing excess seizures. He has intellectual disability. There's no IQ on him because you can't do standardized testing. He's nonverbal. He don't walk. He's G-tube dependent. He has incontinence. And he has like really bad, like severe behaviors. He should qualify for 132 hours of private duty nursing services prior to February 2025. All our hours were approved. Life was pretty smooth. I had all my nurses come in around the clock, take care of him. I was home with him, finally for, once in my other children's lives. I got 2 older boys, 13 and 15. I was able to actually take them places without Mayak and all his feeding pumps and his equipment. We were able to go to Busch Gardens. I was able to attend a basketball game without having to leave because, I'm so sorry, because of the situation you guys saw. And, I was able to catch those rare moments like, oh my God, Mom, that's my first basket of the season and I won the game. I was actually able to catch those moments, which prior to that, I missed a lot of. So then in February 2025, we came up for recertification. And CMS Sunshine came back and determined that my child no longer medically qualified for overnight hours, despite nothing had changed in his medical condition. So me and my agency on our own appealed it. Me and the agency appealed it. Then they turned around and took every single hour we had, said he qualified for no services. So for 2 whole months, he had no services. Family First Home Care, who was my agency at the time, was gracious enough and paid out of their own pocket for him to have services for those 2 months. Based on appeal, we only got 84 hours back. And I fought all last year on my own, calling, your congressmen, your senators, talking to the news, this or that, because they just kept denying appeal. We went to a fair hearing in August. They're like, hey, you know what? We uphold the decision. He only gets 84 hours a week. I'm like, well, how does he only qualify now for 84 when prior he qualified for 132? His condition hasn't changed, as a matter of fact, because his condition is getting worse. I go, it's getting worse. I said, and now, how is this? So then about the end of August, beginning of September, I reached out to Professor Pino and the FSU team and Florida State University because they're like, well, your next step is a judicial review. Well, I don't have money for a lawyer. I didn't know what to do. So I just researched for hours until I found them. And they're like, no, we'll help you. They came on my case roughly about August, and I had to do, a lot of work to get everything they needed to help me, like updated plan of cares. I had to go to drive all over the state to different doctors so I could add them to, so they could call doctors, the HIPAA forms, all that stuff. And finally, on my 4th agency in November, we submitted for the 132 and it was immediately approved. And we're like grateful and excited. And we were shocked. However, I'm up for recertification next month. And next month they can cut them again or take them all away. When they cut me from 132 hours a week down to 84, that care that I had for my child, I no longer had because nurses ain't going to stay where they can't work. So the nurses that had been with him for a year, loving him, growing with him, left because they obviously have to work. And it pretty much put me down to one nurse, 12 hours a day, 4 days a week from 12 to 12 just so I could work. Well, that's near impossible to staff. Most nurses don't want to work 12 p.m. to 12 a.m. And due to Mayek's, all of his medical conditions and his therapies and his appointments, as well as another mentally disabled child I have at home, my 13-year-old, working during the day is just not an option for me. So nights and weekends it is. I'm a manager at a pizza place. And it was rough. And then finally, the one nurse that we had, he was working 12 hours a day, 12 hours a day, 4 days a week, and he just quit. Mayek's behaviors due to the level 3 autism, and we think the increase in seizures and just the different medications we're trying to put him on to try to these control these seizures. Now we can't even keep care. He walked out in July. I think I've had a total of 10 shifts covered, maybe 15 since July. Nurses come, they're interested, they stay. As soon as they start seeing the behaviors, they leave. They're like, no, I'm not going to be, around a child where they throw things or they yell or stuff like that. And, I give them all the tools they need because I've come up with my own tools to help. And it's hard. I quit my job in November, thinking if I stayed home for a month and a half with the nurses, gave them 5 days a week training, 4 of them extensive training, I'd be okay. One nurse kept him locked in the bed because she was afraid. The other nurse was like, well, he threw a phone at me. I'm like, well, what happened prior to him doing it? Because it just doesn't happen. The care my child needs is just not ready available in the state of Florida right now at this point. He needs what they call dual services. He needs a nurse that's a skilled nursing services and ABA services. Problem is with that is that he's just enough medical for skilled nursing, but too much medical for a home health aide. Florida has a law that home health aides can't take care of kids with G tubes that have controlled substances for rescue meds for seizures. So I'm kind of like stuck. ABA waiting lists are long. I send him to medical daycare, which is a PPAC. We tried that. The 5th toy he threw 5 toys, flipped over some kid's walker, tried to bite another kid because the sensory sounds he wanted out of the room and I wouldn't let him. He just melted down and laid there and cried for 20 minutes with his hands over his ears. That obviously wasn't an option. Talked to CMS about school. She says if he can't do 4 kids in a PPAC room, he's not going to do 10 in school. I'm like, well, okay, so, what am I supposed to do here? So I quit and I stayed home to train these nurses. And a month and a half, and they all just left, like within an hour or two, they're like, I'm not doing this. I can't do this. I don't know. So now here I am, I can't do the paid caregiver program in Florida because I do have a criminal background. It's not the background that's stopping me. What it is that the 2 times the bill was put through, parents that have that were told they would have to do an appeal process. Well, nobody thought to ask ACA what that process was. And the extent of that process is like astronomical. I mean, they want me to go back to when I was 16 and got in trouble for something and pull records. I'm like, and they want police reports. They want certified copies of discoveries. They want witness statements. They want, if you had probation or parole from them and from the prison, all this. And then you have to pay all your outstanding fines and restitution, and then at that point with the fines and restitution, I'm sorry.
No,
It's
Dana, you're fine.
just hard. It's a
You're
lot.
fine. You're fine.
And then even if you do that, there's no guarantee they'll even let you take care of your child. They don't have to. It's not a guarantee. So here I am. Every avenue I turn around, I'm just like, what am I supposed to do? We're going to lose our house. I got 2 other kids I have to take care of. We reached out to ADP to do the crisis waiver. The last thing I want to do is place my 10-year-old son in an institution or a foster home, but I don't know what to do because there's nothing. Sorry, there's nothing, there's no help, there's no services, there's no nothing. And, I'm so afraid that they're going to cut my hours again next week. And that's going to take the nursing pool down even smaller. I don't know. I just don't know what to do. I'm having to choose between provide a life for other children. Thank you very much. And my 10-year-old child. And it's not something I want to do. but I don't know what to do. He's on medications for behaviors. It's not working. I do my best to teach people how to control his behaviors. It don't work. ABA's waiting list for what he needs, what they call an RBT. So it's an ABA therapist that comes and stays with him all day, and the waiting list, I'm on 3 separate waiting lists. I don't even want to tell you. I think it's like 6 months for one, 3 years for another for these things. So now I'm just, I don't want to put my kid in a state hospital. I don't want to put him in foster care. I don't want to put him in institution, but I'm not sure what else I'm supposed to do at this point. I don't know. I never thought I'd be put in a position to make this decision ever. And, had they not cut my hours last February and just kept them, I could have kept the same nurses I had that had been with us. And they just took it away, and it's just been like a downhill spiral. And, I have fought and called and fought. I don't know how many emails I've reached, the DOJ picked up my case with Matt Dietz. Thank God they picked that up, but I've reached out to Governor Bill Arakis's office, you know what I'm saying? I've the head of DCF Florida, of South Florida, Sarah Lala, called me. She's like, look, we understand, but there's nothing we can do. There's not even a place in foster care to put your kid. We have no place to put a behavioral kid and a medical kid. There's just no place. It's just, there's nothing to do. I've done multiple news stories trying to raise, I need help. Somebody help me, get me what I need, or point me in the right direction. Just open up some type of door, because every time I look around, they're just shut right in my face. And
sorry, Dana, real quick, to give you a break, I'm so sorry that you're going through this. And just to even highlight the utter frustration that Dana is going through is that she's already caring for her son. And they have a program in Florida that she could be a paid caregiver for her son. But because of a mistake she made as a juvenile, she's being, she's restricted and not able to participate in that program, which just seems nuts to me. And if not for the lack of like you were saying, the cut in the hours in February of 2025, you would not be having these issues right now.
No, I would not.
And so if I can give you a moment break right now, I'm going to let Lindsay talk for a little bit. We will come back to you, I promise.
Oh, you're fine.
Okay. It's as I mentioned first, sorry, you've got me emotional, so I need to get my bearings. It's, as I mentioned in the beginning, we're here to talk about a case in Florida. It's the United States versus Florida. The DOJ filed a lawsuit back in, I believe it was 2013 for the state of Florida for the institutionalization of youth in nursing homes. We are very fortunate to have Lindsay Weinstock here, who was the lead litigator on that team. And I would like for Lindsay to just tell you all a little bit about that litigation, a brief synopsis of the case to give us an understanding as why it's relevant to what Dana just spoke about as well. Lindsay, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me to speak about these issues. Just to go off of what Dana's been saying, that this is what our case was about. Bottom line is we received complaints starting in around 2011 or 2012. I say we, I'm no longer with the Department of Justice, but when I say we, I say the Department of Justice received complaints in 2011, 2012 from parents, families, just like Dana's, who couldn't access services that Florida offered through its Medicaid program that would have helped children stay with their families, in their homes, in their communities, but because of state-imposed barriers, couldn't access those services. And as a result, some families, all the families that we spoke to, were facing the same terrible choice that Dana just described to you of, what do I do? My child needs these services to stay at home with me. I can't get the services. Will I have to place them in a nursing home in order so that they could survive, so they can get the services that they need? And some parents had to make the decision to place their children in nursing homes where they believed and hoped that such a placement would be temporary. But ultimately, because access to services didn't improve, the children stayed there for years and sometimes for their entire childhoods. In other instances, parents, again, just like Dana described, they had to give up careers, give up sleep, sacrifice their own health, their marriages in order to provide the care that their children were entitled to under federal law, were deemed eligible for under Florida policy, but could not access. So parents were making Herculean efforts to keep their children at home and care for them, provide skilled nursing interventions so that their kids could stay home. So these are the types of complaints we received more than, again, 10, 12 years ago that led to the DOJ's investigation. And upon completing that investigation in 2012, the DOJ found that, again, there were state-imposed barriers to receipt of critical services like private duty nursing, like access to home and community-based services, the Florida's Home and Community-Based Services Waiver Program at the time, the iBudget waiver, and medical foster care for children both in state custody who couldn't access home-based services in medical foster homes, and for families who wanted a non-institutional option for placement of their children and didn't want to lose custody of their children. In addition, parents weren't being informed, despite the existence of state programs, about community-based options like private duty nursing. And instead, they were told, and nobody corrected them, that the only option was placement in a nursing facility. As you might know, the DOJ is required, once it finds that there's a violation of the Americans with Disabilities Act under Title II, required to try to negotiate resolution, voluntary compliance. The DOJ did that. No voluntary compliance was secured. We filed suit in July of 2013 under Title II of the ADA, and specifically the integration mandate, which is a regulation that requires state and local governments to public entities to provide services in the most integrated setting appropriate to the needs of people with disabilities. And Florida was failing to do that. And as you know, the ADA also requires reasonable modifications to be made by the state to avoid discrimination, to avoid the unnecessary institutionalization of people with disabilities. Again, Florida was failing to make, what could be reasonable modifications to increase access to existing services and programs that could help children stay at home. Again, our suit encompassed both children who were institutionalized then in nursing homes and who were at serious risk of institutionalization in nursing homes because of the lack of access to community-based services. We identified 4 categories of services and programs to which children lacked access at the time: private duty nursing, the iBudget waiver, medical foster care, and again, information and options about community-based services that could have helped parents, if they had known about them, to avoid institutionalization. Usually those programs include care coordination across the nation, but in Florida, they included a few other specific programs. So it was a long-running case. We conducted discovery and pretrial preparation through 2016, most of 2016. The court at the time, sua sponte, dismissed the case on a legal issue, saying that the Department of Justice didn't have authority to sue to enforce Title II of the ADA. The DOJ appealed that decision, and in 2019, a panel of the 11th Circuit ruled in the United States' favor. The state petitioned for en banc review of that decision. The denial of en banc review came in early 2022. So by then it was 6 years, nearly 6 years, or maybe 5.5, after the dismissal of the case. Was assigned to Judge Middlebrooks in the Southern District of Florida in early 2022, and he set the calendar for a trial in May 2023. So at trial, our goal was to help the court hear the stories of children and families authentically. How they desperately wanted to stay together, but were oftentimes forced to separate. How other families undertook gargantuan, again, Herculean efforts to keep their children at home when their children were entitled to, found eligible for, authorized to receive hours of services that they were not ultimately provided. again, sacrificed sleep, their own health, jobs, careers to keep their children at home. And a critical part of telling those stories was contextualizing families' individual experiences within Florida's service system. And to show that the reason that they were experiencing these choices, these horrible choices of whether to institutionalize their children was because of state-imposed barriers to receipt of home and community-based services. The court ultimately found in the United States' favor in July 2023, found the state liable under Title II of the ADA. I would recommend the decision to anyone listening. Incredible decision by the court. Really told these families' stories and required ultimately Florida in an injunction to expand access to critical services for children with medical complexity in the state. I'll stop there. Sorry for the lengthy description.
No, you're fine. Thank you for the background and what this case is all about and why it's important to highlight it here and hopefully can.
Actually, I'm sorry, just one thing that I neglected to mention. In all that time, what struck me most when the case was remanded in 2022 was just the sheer number of children who were in nursing facilities in 2022 who I recalled having been there in 2016, in 2013, in 2012. And Matt will say the same thing. I mean, that was striking. And to hear Dana's story today, it's dismaying that so many years later, these are not simple, but reasonable modifications that need to be made to state service systems to expand access to home and community-based services. And to see that this is still happening here and nationwide is disappointing.
And very well said, because it is not just a one-off in Florida. This is a nationwide issue. And I believe there were well over 200 children institutionalized. Is that correct? At the beginning of the.
Yes, at the beginning of the case, that was true. A few of the facilities in Florida that serve children shut down early on, but so there are, I would say, I mean, I don't know currently, but last that I know of, it was around 120 to 150 children in nursing facilities still. Yeah.
Gotcha. And then prior to DOJ's involvement, Matt and Paulo, I know we're having some technical difficulties with Paulo, so I'm not sure if he's.
Amy, can I stop you real quick?
Sure.
What was the name of the case?
United States versus Florida.
Okay.
And I have a copy of the decision if you would like to, I can share as well. All right. And then prior to DOJ's involvement, Matt, as well as Paulo, were involved, basically putting it on the radar for DOJ, I have a feeling. And Matt, I would love for you to talk a little bit about how this became got on your radar. And then Paulo, we may need to wait and talk to you later on, but we'll see, or at the end, but we'll try to get you on here with us. Paulo is joining us from Zoom. Go ahead.
Good morning. It's great to see you this morning. The case that I had was AR versus Dudek. It was brought in late 2011, beginning of 2012. It came to my attention from a nurse that worked at one of these pediatric nursing homes. And she brought me to this entity, Broward Children's Center, which is still around. And they were children this was a pediatric nursing home. And they were mostly all in beds. There were some that could speak, that did not have an intellectual disability. The only thing that qualified them, the only thing that was similar with them all is they were medically fragile. Medically fragile is not a specific type of condition. It's a bunch of conditions. It's anything that requires 24/7 supervision or care. So I learned more about this. These were children that were near drowning children. And at the time that I first looked into it, there were over 400 children. There were near drowning. There were birth-related injuries. There were auto accidents. It was many different issues, and they ended up in nursing homes because of one policy that the state had. It was in the administrative code. What is medically necessary? According to the state of Florida, at that time, medically necessary was defined as not for the convenience of the caretakers. They considered to have nursing a convenience for the caretaker. So what they would do is they would start with 24/7, and then they would wean them down until they would get nothing. And that's why a lot of parents ended up in this position of giving up their lives, giving up their jobs. We had one woman, and you never forget about these children. Tyler, the mom wanted to be a CPA, and they said, "Oh, you're going to be out. Why can't your 16-year-old daughter take care of the child?" And these are not issues. And what happened, and I swear I used to look at the obits for these kids who died. And what happened is these parents would fall asleep and couldn't aspirate their child after being up all night. So this was a common occurrence in Florida, that you had these pediatric nursing homes marketing themselves at the NICUs of hospitals, saying to parents that you're not going to be able to have the services. Your child is going to be safer with me. Your child is going to be safer with us. And that was the problem that we faced, and that was the cause of a lot of these children that were institutionalized. And the issue was, like, for some of them, Plantation Nursing Center in fact, which was absolutely terrible. Once they turned 18, they would roll them down the hallway to be in the adult section after being in the pediatric section. And they would lose their hearings because they deemed that any additional nursing care would only be for the care and for the convenience of the parent. That, all in all, was it. I had one child who I moved from one to another because they broke his legs on the first day there, and they blamed it on him. And now he's been in a pediatric nursing home for 16 years. He was injured in a car accident. He's perfectly not high IQ, no intellectual or developmental disability. He's been told for so long, and his family's been told for so long, if you leave here, you're going to die. And he's still there. This is one of the most important cases in my career, and I could tell you I lost, but I won. Now, this case, we brought it in 2011. DOJ came in at 2013. We brought it as a class action, and it was denied by the court. And then in 2016, when the Department of Justice was dismissed out, the court dismissed out our case because the state of Florida decided to remove the portion of the administrative code that said for the convenience of the caretaker. And the judge said, we're done. That's it. But it wasn't, because the practices hadn't changed. At the time that we filed the suit, they were paying the nurses what they paid them in 1988. They couldn't get nurses. They still don't have nurses. And that's a problem, because they are not competitive in what they charge. Now, there are other aspects which I'll briefly touch on them. Number one, it's even worse with people of color, and it's worse with those in lower socioeconomic, because they don't know what to do and they trust their caregivers. You're going to say that we should be in a nursing home? Okay, absolutely, you know best. And it also is an issue with dependency court. Parents get their children taken away for for medical neglect. So because of the fact that they can't get services, then their child is taken away and put in state custody. The last thing that my clinic was dealing with a lot was my clinic did guardian advocacy, and guardianship. Guardian advocacy is like a guardianship light, where a parent can be a guardian of their child as long as their child can do some acts for themselves. And it is cheap. You don't need a lawyer. But under Florida law, you cannot be a guardian or a guardian advocate if you have a criminal history, even if expunged. So if you have a felony and some misdemeanors, you cannot become a guardian. So even though you take care of your child and you are the parent, Florida law says, no, you can't. Other states are different. Other states, some have for the best interest of the child. Florida has a complete bar on people that have criminal records. Now, Paulo could talk about what he's doing now with regards to how he represents folks that are being denied care. Paulo, are you around?
Nick, do we have Paulo or do we need to wait until the end? I know we were having some technical difficulties with Zoom.
Paulo has been my co-counsel in the AR case from the inception. And he just has a phenomenal program at FSU.
Okay. Sure. Paula, we're going to come back to you just for the best use of time. So if we can work out the kinks of the sound issue. And sorry, Paulo, I can't see the screen, so I'm not sure what's happening. So thank you for the play-by-play up there.
I can see him.
We can see you, or they're working on getting the microphone set.
Are they? Okay. All right, well, we're waiting on that. I'm going to introduce our next panelist and then we'll swing back to Paulo.
Yes.
And Dr. Ellenbach, I want to start the conversation with you when we were talking, I spoke earlier about how the report that we're working on right now is going to talk about the drivers, the policies, the misperceptions that lead to institutionalization of youth with disabilities in nursing homes. And I mean, your practice, I mean, as well as your role as the expert witness within DOJ. In the Florida case, I'd like to know what drivers you identified that contributed to the institutionalization. Oh, hold your thought, Dr. Ellenbach. We're going to go to Paulo real quick and then get to you. Hey, Paulo, nice to hear your voice.
Thank you for having me. Sorry about this remote issue, but I'm happy to be here.
If you can tell us a little bit about, or just going back to what Matt was saying as well, tell us a little bit about your clinic. And also, I understand that you're helping Dana as well with her issues at the moment. So if you can touch briefly on that.
Yes, we're honored to represent Roger. I've been representing my clinic, the Children's Asset Clinic at FSU College of Law, for the last 16 years. So we've seen a lot what's happening here with medically fragile children. I do want to say, Attorney Matthew Dietz, he's a visionary. Matthew is a person who really saw that what we needed was a major change in Florida. And he encouraged me and others in the state to follow his vision. So I want to make sure that's clear. The main thing I want to say is right now we're talking. Right now, you're in Orlando, I'm in Tallahassee. There is over 100 children in Florida nursing.
Hello. Good morning. I'm calling because they said, well, I was told that my prescription is ready for pickup, but I just want to confirm. I think it's diminutive or diminutive. It was called in by Sibley Hospital. It was Dr. Isaac Nagar on January the 14th. Huh? Okay, so I need to call the doctor. Oh, no, because I was told it was at this location, but you're saying that it's canceled. Okay. Yeah, okay, thank you. Okay.
Rights were terminated in that case, and we were able to, with a lot of fighting, a lot of hearings, a lot of stuff, the legal stuff, getting to a medical foster home. It shouldn't have taken that long. The state of Florida, we're his parents because his parental rights have been terminated. And we have children right now, over 100 children in our nursing homes. At least 7 to 9, at least, are parental rights are terminated. And the state of Florida is their parent. And they're not treating these children correctly, they're keeping them in the nursing home. We have options in the state of Florida. We have something called medical foster homes. That's where they should be. I do want to mention real quickly, we have a Medicaid waiver program. It gives housing and it provides super Medicaid and habilitation. We have in Florida. We have 800 children on the wait list, medically fragile children waiting to get on. We've already been qualified as medically necessary is what Mr. Deeds was talking about, medically necessary. They're all medically necessary, and there's no slots available for them.
And Paolo, the 800 who are waiting, I mean, what's the likelihood? I know they're on a wait list, but what's the time frame of them possibly receiving services?
They'll never get on. Because the funding's not there. You know, and the issue is priority. Now, these are hard issues, right? Priority, like, when you compare one person to another person, who do you give the slot to? You know, I'm a kid's advocate, so I want to give the slot to the children.
Right.
That's what I've done for my life. But it's just unacceptable what's happening in the state of Florida with the Medicaid waiver program. It's unacceptable that there's a wait list for the medical foster home program. So we have these programs that simply are not providing services. Now, I gotta be, I've been doing this 16 years, but just like Matthew longer. Matthew probably has been doing it. Have we seen progress? Boy, Judge Middlebrooks, thank you, Judge Middlebrooks. Thank you, Judge, because things are real bad now, but they were so much worse when we started. So much worse. When we started this litigation, it was like only maybe like 6.5% of the parents were getting services, their full services for their children. So 95%, roughly 95% we're not getting the services that were authorized. 95%. Back when we started 16 years ago. Now, with all this federal litigation, but Judge Middlebrooks' great order, now we have somewhere between 70 to 80% are getting services. Are they getting their full services? No. Is that a problem? Major problem. These people are just like Mr. Dietz was talking about. The parents aren't sleeping, they're not there's incredible danger not getting your full medical services. Imagine you go to the doctor's office and the doctor gives you medication for your heart, and you only take it to 5 days a week, not 7 days as prescribed. Is that a good thing? No way, right? So that's what's happening in Florida. We are making, parents now are starting to get some services, but there, as for the different projects, there's major problems still going on. And we still have over 100 children in the nursing home. That's not acceptable in year 2026.
Agreed, Paula, thank you. We're gonna definitely talk with you a little bit longer or more, moving in, but I want to give Dr. Ellenbach a chance to talk about the drivers, policies and misperceptions that lead to institutionalization. And I think she's the perfect person to begin this conversation as being the one of the expert witnesses in the case of DOJ, as well as her position in Wisconsin. So Dr. Ellenbach, thanks for being here.
Thanks so much for having me. It's truly an honor to be here, as it was a huge honor to be an expert witness in the Florida case. I think in terms of drivers of institutionalization, from what I learned from the case and certainly what I see in my own practice, in Florida, there was a culture of that institutionalization was the norm for at least a portion of children with medical complexity. And that Amy had summarized, we'd taken some notes in preparation for this panel, and Amy had written the tyranny of low expectations. And I think that that's such a great way of describing it. I think the institutions had low expectations. I'm sorry, the hospitals had low expectations of families and of the developmental potential for the children. And there were many examples that we saw of ableism, of race, of blatant racism, and a lot of poverty stigma. In that there seemed to be a belief that there were some families that could not take care of these children. And I think that to some degree it really became the path of least resistance for hospitals to, when they identified a child who had a tracheostomy and a G-tube and, had a lot of medical issues going on, to just believe that the families couldn't do it. And it became the path of least resistance for them to go to send the child to the institution. We had families that told us, well, they said that my child couldn't stay at the hospital anymore and that I wasn't able to take the child home. So that's how the child ended up in the institution. So in some cases, there was never even any discussion of home and community-based services being an option. I practice in Wisconsin, where we have no long-term placements for children. So we don't institutionalize children. And so the children that I saw when I visited the institutions, and I read through the medical records, these were the same kids that I take care of in Wisconsin, who all live safely in the community. Sometimes with their biological families, often with their biological families, sometimes in foster families. And so it was really striking to me to hear a narrative that said that these children weren't able to live at home and that these families weren't able to care for the children at home, because I know that that's not true. And I think that families really put a lot of trust in the experts. So when they're told, your child's going to die if they don't have 24/7 nursing, and there's no way you'll be able to get that at home, so your child needs to be in an institution, how could any parent argue with that? It really took a lot of chutzpah for families to learn about and to recognize that that maybe wasn't necessarily the case. I think I'll stop there.
And then I'd like to invite anybody else on the panel to talk about what their thoughts are as well as to what are the drivers not towards institutionalization that Mary may not have touched on, if you wish.
What we saw in the litigation and what was demonstrated, I think, at trial was, there are services that Florida offers that are offered by states across the country on paper. And on paper, families are entitled to, whatever services are medically necessary for the child, as Matt mentioned. But there are policy barriers, essentially, that the states or that this state put in place that prevented children from fully accessing those services. So Paula mentioned some numbers. Those referred to children who weren't receiving all of the services that the state itself deemed were medically necessary for them. So I think he said upwards of over 90% of children in the state were not getting all the hours of private duty nursing that the state authorized them to get, even though they were entitled to 100% of those hours. And the court ordered that the state could make reasonable modifications to its system, and had to, in order to achieve less than what they had, are required to do under Medicaid, which is 100%, but at least 90% of services. Another issue is that, as Paula mentioned, Florida has a home and community-based services waiver program for which most, if not almost all, children with medical complexity would be eligible for. But there's an enormous wait list for receiving those services. And it's so many years long that many children are not able to come off the wait list before they become adults. And if you don't have access to a waiver that's specifically geared toward preventing institutionalization, that's another, bump in the road before you can get the services you need to live at home. Medical foster care. Families, children who are in the state's custody need to have an option other than a nursing home. Medical foster care is supposed to be such, it's designed to be that program, but there's no capacity. There wasn't enough capacity to serve all children in the state's custody who needed medical foster care. And as a result, some were placed in nursing homes for their entire childhoods and then transitioned to adult wings of nursing facilities. And again, these are children with medical needs, but who don't need to be in an institutional setting, who can receive services that the state offers to be at home. And once again, the options, the stigma is part of it. But again, there were programs that were just not being effectively implemented. Care coordination is required to be provided across the state to children and their families that are supposed to inform them about services that are available in the community and supposed to address barriers to receipt of those services, but that wasn't happening. Florida has a few other programs geared toward trying to prevent institutionalization when children are at the front door of a nursing facility. Those weren't being utilized. They were being more of a check the box exercise on the way into the nursing home, rather than sort of checking at the door and seeing, can this child live at home? If so, what are the barriers these parents are experiencing to keeping their children at home? Is it really a true desire to have their child in a nursing home, or is it some other problem accessing available services? So again, these are issues and service programs that exist in some form across the country, but where children are being institutionalized in nursing facilities, and again, medically don't need to be in an institutional setting. We have to examine, are the parents really making an informed choice that's based on what they want for their child, or is it based on state-imposed barriers to receipt of services in the home?
Thank you.
I have a couple things to add to tick off. There's over 20,000 people, if not 25,000 people, on the APD home and community-based waiver list. Some of the issues, even medical foster parents have terrible issues in getting services in their home for private duty nursing. They don't get the services either, even though that they are medical foster parents. There's issues that go beyond medical care that there is no support for. For example, if one of these parents has a child who became medically fragile and their house is inaccessible, If their house is inaccessible, they're not going to bring their child home, and there's no funding, there's no ability, there's no way in order to get those services in the home. I mean, those services to the home or assistance in it, in getting other property that is not, that is accessible. Now, I don't know how much, when I was in the case, it was about $1,100 to $1,500 a day for nursing home care. Does anybody know how much it is now? I mean, that was 10 years ago.
Oh, I mean, during the litigation, I think it was around $600 per day.
Well, I probably was in South Florida prices.
If I recall, there was a special pediatric rate that was an additional payment that I think was in the ballpark of $600 a day, probably on top of the regular payment, right?
That was the total.
That was the total.
Yeah.
And that's a month of rent.
Right.
So it makes no sense. Also, there's no reason why these children have to be evaluated every 6 months. Their condition doesn't change. They're medically fragile.
Right.
The only reason, and then on top of that, you have the procedural issues that Ms. Rogers was talking about. Again, that is a way to delay and deny healthcare. Thanks.
Thank you, Matt.
The other piece that I'll add is that I was certainly guilty of this. I was reminiscing with Lindsay last night that when I first was approached to consider being an expert witness, the attorney who I was speaking with said, do you know about the Olmstead Act? And I said, the what? Like, I didn't know. And I had worked with children with disabilities for essentially my entire career. So I think that there is a lack of understanding of the concept that it is a civil right to live at home and in the community among the medical community.
And that is telling, and Dr. Allenbach, when you're looking at working with people with children with disabilities, and that the medical community is not aware of that as a right. So that lack of cultural competency in the medical field makes it a pipeline basically for them to be sent to institutions. It's Paulo, I'm not sure if you're Paula, what I'm going to do is we're going to go to the next topic because I'm afraid we're going to run out of time. And even though I'm very much enjoying this conversation, so let's move on to the next topic. Then we'll pull Paulo in on this one. It's
I'm sorry, Amy, can you pause? So there's council members that would like to ask some questions.
sure. I left some time for the end for that, but I'm happy we can do that now.
Well, we're on
whenever
the
you-
topic of Medicaid. I think
Sure.
this is,
Sure.
let's,
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And thank you all for being here. I'm sitting here 19 years after I've heard this topic and worked on this topic for the first time. As a matter of fact, there's someone right here who was on the president's committee with me, I think 19 years ago. Back then, what came up, and I'm delighted that you brought up the issue of resources. It always comes down to resources, folks. You know, in the final analysis, what's it going to cost? Why? We had done an analysis back then, probably 18, 19 years ago. Is that right? About 18, 19 years ago? That basically said the cost of home health care versus institutionalization was absolutely ridiculous.
Right.
You know, I think that's a point that needs to be raised again and again and again. You know, as we live in a world where resources, you know, everybody's talking about resources, everybody's talking about these kinds of issues. I think that one of the key things we have to remind ourselves and remind people is it's less expensive.
Right.
It's not only better, but it's less expensive. You know, I'm a communications person for a lot of years. It's what I basically do. And you try to pick your audience, you know, and you look at the audience today that we're talking to, whether it's the Congress, or whether it's the Hill, whether it's the White House, wherever it is. And what's music to their ears? Resources. How do you get something done for less money and do it better, potentially? And I think that, you know, as we raise these, the conversation between $600, you know, and $1,400 or $1,700 dollars becomes very, very important. And I just like to say that I hope that we make these presentations and we work on this report, Mr. Chairman, that we deep dive into those studies about cost. Because even though it should only be about people, even though it should never be about the cost. I see a person like this here, and I'm an Italian, it breaks my heart. Also, I'm an American, it breaks my heart to have to hear stories of people suffering. And I think that we have to always look at the times we're in and how we can make the greatest impact with what we're talking about. So I'm just saying to Amy, thank you so much, Amy. You did a wonderful job as usual, great panel. But just if we could think more about that, talk more about that. I think it helps us all a great deal. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Thank you, Neil. That's my sentiments exactly what you're saying. I do have a question about it. I'm curious I'm considered in the disability community spoiled because I live in California, because California deeply supplements the Medicaid waiver programs. But at that, I know that the reimbursement rates for specialized care don't match the current ongoing rates that people want to work for. And oftentimes especially in nursing, if you're going to get a nurse for minimum wage, is essentially what they want to pay, even in California, who supplements it. My confusion is why, in question, in Florida, and I'm sure there's other states I hear from my counterparts all over the ARCs, all over the United States with the Medicaid waiver, why specifically would Florida fight the Medicaid waiver when it's federal money that it's not actual state money? Unlike California, sometimes we fight with California because California supplements it 50-50. So is there a reason for that?
Yeah, thank you both for bringing up the issue of resources and reimbursement rates. It's a huge issue. And I do want to point one thing out as an initial matter, which is when we're talking about youth in nursing homes, we're talking about a proportion of the population and the Medicaid eligible population that's such a small number compared with the overall Medicaid population. It's also a drop in the bucket when it comes to Medicaid expenditures by states and the federal government. And so when we're talking about expending resources, I think that should be kept in mind. In addition, you're not only looking at the comparison of what it costs to provide services through a nursing home versus at home for an individual, you're looking at it in the context of an entire Medicaid budget, state Medicaid budget, and it's very small. And making the modifications is a very small cost compared to the entire Medicaid budget. So that's why part of the reason why modifications, some of which cost absolutely nothing, are so important to be made, can make a huge difference on the individual level and not a huge difference financially. In terms of reimbursement rates, when we're talking about private duty nursing in Florida specifically, that's provided not through the waiver, but through EPSDT or general, Medicaid. And in Florida, as in most states, there's a managed care delivery system for Medicaid. And so Florida contracts with managed care organizations that then provide directly the services or contract with providers to provide the services to families on the ground. And they pay a capitation rate to the per person. So it's a per recipient rate to the managed care organizations. And the managed care organizations are the ones responsible for, in Florida at least, and in many other states, for negotiating the rates that are paid to nurses by nursing agencies who are providing the private duty nursing. And our, or DOJ's point in the litigation about expanding access to private duty nursing was very much about enforcing the state's contracts with the managed care organizations, because the contracts required the managed care organizations to provide all medically necessary services to the recipients, including all authorized private duty nursing services. So if they weren't doing that, where was the enforcement? They were receiving capitation rates. They were already getting paid. They should make better efforts to negotiate rates that were competitive to attract the nursing pool necessary to provide all authorized services. And what's more, so, my point, and maybe I should clarify this, is that the state itself doesn't have to change in Florida, the main problem wasn't the state's rates that it was paying outside of managed care for nursing, private duty nursing anymore. It was, what are the managed care organizations paying, and is it enough to attract sufficient nurses? Moreover, without changing the reimbursement rates, either by the state or by the managed care organizations, can you enforce specific rules about the provider network that the managed care organizations were required to maintain? They had very lax or broad or not, not very specific rules about provider networks with respect to this population, with respect to the private duty nursing service specifically for children. You could strengthen those requirements to better incentivize managed care organizations to have adequate networks of nursing throughout the state, and not just in areas where it's easy. So that's, I hope I addressed your question, at least in part.
Yeah, I think there's needs to be some follow-up on this, and that's
Yeah.
good. I see that Councilmember Kimberly Ridley is on. She would like to ask a question.
Yep, thanks. Sean, can you hear me?
Hold on, or we're having issues hearing you, Kimberly.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Great. Okay. Thank you. First of all, I'm so sorry that I'm not there in person, but you guys are thrilled I'm not there in person. In addition to my broken leg, I tested positive for the flu yesterday. So very glad I'm not infecting that room.
Yay, thank you for not coming.
Yeah, you're welcome. You're
No,
welcome. I just want to, first of all, thank Amy for spearheading this project. I am so proud to be a part of it. And Amy, I can't wait till you all return back to DC and we can have further conversations and do more on this incredibly important project that we're working on. I want to reiterate Neil's sentiments of, well, I can't say that I'm Italian. I'm definitely American and absolutely horrified. I'm moved to tears over this. And we can do more. We should be doing more. And to close out my thoughts on this, which are many, I really, really cannot thank enough the panel that came to Orlando today to present, especially the personal experiences. I can't imagine what you are going through. I give you every bit of credit that I possibly can. And I really appreciate you sharing your story, because it's words like yours that you shared with us that I truly believe will help move us in the right direction. So thank you. And Amy, looking forward to catching up with you when you get back.
Thank you, Kim. Same here.
Thanks.
Tasha.
Yeah, the I have to put this like on to live in California, and it's so illuminating to hear what you all have been going through, and it really breaks my heart. I know when it comes to the bad crime stuff, I was just looking up how it is in California, and it's a lot more lenient in terms of, it's only specific crimes, and the family provider would be able to do it. And as you know, what you would think of, like crimes against kids or, dependents. And it seems like, I think some of it is just ableism and not valuing people with disabilities. And also I just want to make a point that even if someone is intellectually disabled or developmentally disabled, they can live wonderful, fulfilled lives within a community. So that it also never be a reason to put anyone in an institution, but I'm just very emotional for all these stories. And I thank you for sharing and Amy. I will also be contacting you when we get back to our regular lives.
Sasha, I'm going to catch up with you after the meeting.
Yeah, definitely, but thank you so much. I hope we can help in any small way.
Thank you, Sasha. I'll follow up. And so in California, yeah, the criminal aspect for the parent providers, but I think there is a workaround on that as well. And that's through a third party payer. And so it's all about the financial side of it is what they're really concerned about, like in California. So as long as you can use a third party payer to pay the bills and do the stuff, then California kind of looks the other way. So
Yeah,
might be
that's
something for, now, I'm speaking not as, but I believe that is the way we can restructure it. We restructure it in California.
yeah, I was looking it up as you were talking, and I believe you're right.
So that may be something in Florida that y'all should look at. So, all right. So
Thank you, everyone.
Well, we thank you. Like,
All right, yeah, thank you, everyone, for the input, and we had other things we were going to try to touch on. I want to do it very briefly if we can.
I'm sorry, real quick.
Time.
Neil, Theo has his hand raised, so
I'm sorry.
like just.
I didn't be able to see the screen. Sorry, Theo.
No, that's okay. Can y'all hear me okay?
Yes.
What I'm about to say, I think is very important. And for the record, and I've been doing this for a long time, and I'm still saddened by the real life story that the lady communicated. Unfortunately, this is not the first time I heard it, but I don't want you to overlook this. Over 30 years now, we've been trying to communicate that it costs more to institutionalize someone to get them in the community.
Right.
And I have come to the realization that it ain't always about the money. There's a real ableist thinking, a belief, a world view that people with disabilities are better off institutionalized than living in the community.
Right.
And if we don't face that, it's even more so today. If we don't face that reality, I don't think we're gonna really make any major progress.
Agreed.
That attempt to keep people in the institution, if it costs more, and we have been doing it for 30 years. It's 3-to-1. But yet so if it's not about money, then what is it? It's about attitudes and about not wanting people with disability very close to the ugly laws to be visible and live in the community. We need to face up to that. We need to own that, and we need to do something about that. Thank you.
I'm gonna make one more point.
One more. Yes, Sasha, one more.
And I think a big part of the ableism within the medical community. I think the way the medical schools teach about disability is more from an ableist attitude. And so then you get maybe a lot of these people within the hospital setting, then, this kind of this saying what they were taught in medical school. Reiterating what they were taught in medical school. I know that's kind of one of my big themes right now is I'm doing better when someone gets diagnosed with a disability. You know, the medical field.
Right.
Anyway, that's it.
Excellent. Okay. All right. Amy.
No one else?
I don't
Okay,
see
all
anybody
clear.
else, but we're good.
I will. Yeah, I mean, and just very quickly too, I wanted to talk about also what, I mean, the barriers, once someone is institutionalized, once a youth is institutionalized. How are they, what are the options for returning to the community, and what are and what's keeping them in the institution? And I think we talked about ableism a lot, and that definitely is one of the driving factors. Matt, would you like to say something about that?
Yeah, I definitely think ableism is one of the core issues here, because what they're looking at is number one, these are people that are suddenly immersed in the disability world. There is no education, there is no guide as to what the services are out there for folks with disabilities. They're stressed, they're totally reliant on medical personnel who do not know what services are out there either. And that is a huge issue. The other big issue is that we're looking at this with blinders on. We're not looking at the fact of why are there PPECs for children that are of school age? And this is something that Florida wanted to shift people from institutions into PPACs. And I said, why aren't they in school? Now these nursing homes actually had buses that took them from their nursing home to schools for kids that were old enough. No reason. The reason why is I don't think it's only cost. I also think it's who has the influence to get those funds, whether or not it is PPAC providers, whether or not it is nursing homes, whether or not it's housing developers who can now get disability-related housing funds for sole disability facilities. It's the fact that we're not looking at this in a holistic lens, saying, what is the focus of this ableism, and why are we just looking at medically fragile children and institutionalization instead of what are the needs of medically fragile children and their families?
And Matt, you hit the nail on the head. That is it. There's just not one issue. There's so many issues that contribute to the institutionalization, to keeping youth in institutions once they're there. And they all need to be addressed. We did a report several years back on poverty and the nexus of disability and poverty, and it's like cogs in a wheel. There's so many pieces, and if only one cog is addressed, it's not going to change the issue. You need to look at it, the whole picture. So thank you. I appreciate that. It's very quickly, I know we're out of time, please forgive me. I just wanted to ask real quick too, that once you had mentioned about the schools and the busing, when youth are in nursing homes, what services are provided to these youth while they're there? Mary, we had mentioned in previous discussions about what you had seen, if you don't mind briefly discussing.
Yeah, absolutely. So it was highly variable what sorts of services the children would receive when they were institutionalized, from facility to facility. But in general, in terms of physical therapy, occupational therapy, speech language therapy, when we reviewed the medical records, it was substantially less than what children could receive in the community or would routinely receive in the community, especially if they were attending school and receiving school-based services. So that was really disappointing because I think one of the purported benefits of an institution, or the way that the institutions were sold to the families is, oh, they'll be able to get therapy, they'll be able to make developmental progress. But I think, it's so important to recognize that the number one factor that influences the success or the health and well-being of a child is having that primary caregiver. Generally, that's a biological parent. That certainly could be a foster parent, but that consistent presence that for whom the person is attached, and they can help the child reach their potential and be as healthy as they can be. And even in the best intentioned facilities, when there's shift work staff coming in and out and inconsistent assignments, you're not going to get that experience. So really from a developmental pediatrician standpoint, it is essential for people to be living in homes with families.
Thank you, Mary. Paolo, do you have anything that you'd like to add? No.
Oh.
Hold on, hold on, Paul. We see you talking. We're just gonna get you back on. Hold on. All right, let's just try it again. Keep talking. We're close. We kind of hear you.
Now you can't hear me?
We got you. All right, perfect.
Sounds good. I think one of the main reasons for talking to parents is fear. That they're afraid that they're not gonna get the services at home. And if I were in your shoes, I would be afraid too. Because right now, even though things are better, as we heard from Ms. Rogers and others, their parents around the state are not getting 100% of their services, their private duty nursing. And so the parents are afraid that they're not gonna get the nursing that they are authorized. They're also afraid they're not gonna get the Medicaid waiver and provide respite service. They're not gonna get that, and they're not gonna get these other services. So I think if we improve the services for those who are not in the nursing home, then those in the nursing home will be much more likely to join.
Thank you, Paolo. In closing, as we've discussed today, this is not just a Florida issue. This panel did focus on youth in nursing homes and institution or already institutionalized in Florida. And not a one-off across the country, the percentage of youth for institutionalized has increased. For the purposes of NCD's report, we're going to be looking at the 40 years of age and younger. That population has increased over the decade. Our upcoming report will identify the causes of this increase. As Dr. Ellenbach had mentioned, the tyranny of low expectations, lack of support services, to name a few. We're going to also look at the drivers that prevent an already institutionalized youth from being able to return to their community. And as well, also the all-important supports that these youth are receiving while they are institutionalized. Again, I want to thank my panel for being here and the council for allowing us to present. Are there any additional questions?
Seeing none.
Okay, say none. Okay. So we will close this panel then.
All right.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, and all the panelists here. It was amazing discussion, and I think we're going to have a lot more of these in the future because this is insanity. I was brought up to you do the same thing over and over and expecting different results is the definition of an insanity. So that's why we're here to change. And we'll definitely be bringing this attention to it. At that, we're going to our public comment on instead of youth and institutions. Let me change that. And so Nick, will you facilitate that, please? Is that where we're at? Well, we'll just go. We'll start here. Please introduce yourself, and then you will have 3 minutes for public comment.
Test. Okay. Sorry, I want to make sure the mic was on. My name is Michael Lincoln McCrae. Let me first want to welcome you to Orlando, my home city. My name is Michael. I am the co-chair of the Disability Advisory Board for Orange County. I am also a champion of disability rights here in the state of Florida. And I want to say to you that your experience that you spoke to on the panel, it really breaks my heart. As a disabled self-advocate that literally fights in Tallahassee for disability rights, I'm actually heading up there next week or next month for Disability Awareness Day. This is one of the reasons why we are so passionate about fighting for our individuals with disabilities like myself. And like Matthew Dietz mentioned, guardianship advocacy is one of the best, but I was a victim of guardianship abuse back in 2014, where I was held hostage from my family and my friends. I am actually the first person in the state of Florida to get supported decision-making recognized in the entire state, where I actually had House Bill 73 that was signed by Governor DeSantis to require state judges to look at supported decision-making before putting people in guardianship. Regarding a youth and nursing homes, that can actually be an avenue that they can actually look into when they're in the process of turning 18 or even further, because I'm going to tell you right now, it's really changed my life. And, one of my main goals is I've wrote letters to the president. I've been up to Washington, D.C., because I actually want to make this a federal law where supported decision-making has to be recognized throughout the whole entire United States of America, because guardianship abuse is really a big issue across the country. And there's been a lot of guardianship abuse in the country. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Hi, my name is Kayla Webb. I'm a mom to 6 amazing kids with extra needs. I am also here as an advocate to all the families who are in the same position I am in today. I've spoken to over 100 families in Florida who've lost services they need to keep their children home safely. These parents are sacrificing themselves, their careers, their homes, and continue to keep their children home safely. Their stories are heartbreaking. A large percentage of these families are adoptive homes from the Department of Families and Children. They were guaranteed that their children's medical needs would be covered until they reached 18 years old. Unfortunately, they are left with no place to turn when these programs failed to protect the kids. They were sent to us. They kept presenting us to the next agency. There are gaps in the system, and the most vulnerable children are falling through them. I will share my story. We adopted my 12-year-old through DCF, and he was in medical foster care. And if he had continued to stay in medical foster care, he would not be here today. Medical foster care completely failed him. Every surgery that was recommended, he did not receive. When we received him, we ended up doing 8 surgeries the first year, and I had to give up my career very quickly to keep him alive. He is under the care of hospice. He does receive currently 24/7 skilled nursing. That is because I have a continuation in place until his fair hearing is completed. He had 24/7 skilled nursing for the last 7 years with no issues. Last year, with no change to his medical situation, his services were reduced down to 56 hours a week. After a peer-to-peer, they agreed to give him 12 hours a day. Children Medical Services told me I could choose between sending him to school with his nurse or having his nurse work his overnight shifts to do his continuation feed that lasts 12 to 14 hours. When did it become a choice for a child to attend school or receive their overnight feeds? Children Medical Services recommended we look into a facility. 6 months later, they have not located a single facility that can meet his medical and behavioral needs. My child is on the waiver. He has agency with persons with disability. He has had it as of next month for 2 entire years, and he has never received a single service. They still deny respite because he needs skilled nursing, and they continue to deny skilled nursing respite. And even if we did get approved for it, there are no providers. There are no providers that are able to manage his medical and behavioral needs.
Thank you. We're at time.
And we're done. All right, thanks.
Hi, my name is JJ Holmes. I'm a disability advocate from Florida. Today, there's a 69-year-old woman sitting in a jail cell just down the road because Florida failed her. In December, she was so overwhelmed as a caregiver that she wanted to end her own life. But that's not why she's locked up. She's in jail because she tried to kill her 13-year-old great-granddaughter, who has severe disabilities, because she truly believed death would be kinder than putting her in a nursing home. The deal Florida offers families is basically care for your child around the clock with no money, no support, and no relief, or you can put them into a nursing home. I waited 18 years to get services, and that length of time isn't unusual. Florida is playing chicken with people's lives. And because the state has no skin in the game, they always win. And when families hit a breaking point, parents are forced into the unthinkable. Either put their child in a nursing home that was never designed for young people, or start thinking that death is somehow the kinder option. There's a reason you don't need to put your name on a waiting list to get a young person into a nursing home. There's always room. Because nursing homes are meant for end-of-life care, not for teenagers and 20-somethings who should be living actual lives. But Florida has figured out it's easier, and way cheaper, to institutionalize a few kids than to pay to support every family. The only way to get legislators to do something is by bugging them, emailing them, and showing up. Learn their names. Make yourself so familiar they get a stress headache every time they see you coming down the hallway. Demand that home and community-based services are fully funded, because the only thing standing between a young person and a nursing home bed is how loud, annoying, and relentless we're willing to be. Thank you for listening.
Nick, we got time for one more comment.
Ooh, hi, I was very hesitant. My name is Janice Commodore. I used to formerly work for CMS, Sunshine Health Centene Corporation, as a grievance and appeals coordinator too in the compliance department. I firsthand witnessed the barriers and boundaries where they would even advise that some of these children did not have these disabilities, despite the documentation and medical records that were being received from the providers. I am now unemployed. I also do have an autistic daughter myself. So it was very easy for me to, the numbers don't lie. I was able to identify the large abuse that was going on. So again, I am currently unemployed due to that report that I did send out to ACA as well. I sent it pretty much everywhere. Essentially, the most vulnerable community is being attacked, which is the autistic children, as well as the children who require the 24-hour nursing. Essentially, that's pretty much what's going on. I just felt like it was time to speak up on it. Thank you.
Thank you. I did see, we'll just go. We did have one more comment over here, and this will be the final comment.
Hi, hi. My name is Alex Gonzalez. I come from Miami-Dade. I'm here just to let you know that a huge group of patients are out of the waiting list because their condition is not in the list of the Medicaid waiver. This is something that I can still cannot process because it's a huge group of people with muscular dystrophy that they need a lot of service. And all of them are out of this conversation, even if they need the same service that we were talking about. Thank you.
Thank you for the public comments. They have been received. If you would like to make further comments on this issue, please email us at publiccomments@ncd.gov, and we will make sure that those are received and put into the record. At that time, we are on a hard break, and the schedule says 11:10, but we're going to go to 11:15, and we'll come back. Thank you.
I'm sorry about
Hello? This is Natalie. This is Natalie. And when
We can't hear on Zoom.
when are we gonna see each other? I'm going through it. No,
Yeah.
you said now.
Natalie, we need. Hold on, we're working on some technical issues. We should get this resolved here shortly. All right, the interpreter, can you hear us? Perfect. All right, now we'll turn it over to you, Amy.
All right. Good morning, everyone, and thank you, Chairman. At NCD's council meeting back in May of last year, our council voted on a fiscal year 2026 project to be a creation of an emergency management toolkit for states and local municipalities so that they can provide and create an emergency management plans and solutions that will be inclusive of people with disabilities. In the last several years, we've seen an increase of extreme weather events. We've seen, not only have we seen an increase of these events, we've also seen disasters where disasters normally don't occur. A case in point, Hurricane Helene and Milton devastated Asheville, North Carolina, which was touted as being a safe city and very temperate and not prone to natural disasters. If anything, Asheville has taught us is that there is no safe city. There's no safe region. With that being said, then local emergency operators have to be available or have to have a plan and have the required tools to efficiently care for all community members, which should be inclusive of people with disabilities. Over the last 2 decades, we have written so many reports on emergency management policies and procedures, provided recommendations to federal and state entities. Majority of those recommendations focused on the coordination and collaboration at a federal level. This panel and the toolkit takes a different approach. Our panelists today are going to talk to us specifically about their experiences and suggestions and recommendations to improve emergency management response and recovery. For example, what do states and local municipalities need in order to ensure emergency management plan is inclusive of people with disabilities? We'll hear promising practices, also hear from our panelists about what they think should be included in the toolkit. Our first panelist, I'd like to welcome Al Salvi. He resides in Pembroke Pines, Florida. Al, I'd like you to tell me a little bit about yourself, as well as your experience as a person with a disability during disasters in Southern Florida. Welcome, Al.
Okay, welcome. Thank you, Amy. Can you hear me correctly over there?
Yes, we can.
Okay, I just want to thank you for hosting this great panel, bringing awareness to folks with disabilities are affected in so many different ways. And I was just talking about great presentation by the former panelists. They did a great job. A little bit about myself. My name is Al Salvi. I live in Pembroke Pines, Broward County. I'm an advocate for both, well, actually for Miami-Dade. I'm an advocate for Broward and Palm Beach. And I'm affiliated as a chapter with United Spinal, which is a national organization of people with disability, which used to be the Eastern Paralyzed Veterans Association, EPVA, if you're familiar. And I've been in the chair almost 30 years. I'm a T12 paraplegic, no mobility, absolute no mobility. Okay, and I'm here to talk today about my experiences regarding storm and how it affects people with disabilities, how it affected me personally. And I'm going to talk about one particular storm. I know we've been hit with many, Helene, Milton, so many throughout the course of years, Matthew, on and on, Francine. We got sick, but there was one in particular I want to discuss and how it affected my life. And it made me come to the realization of what I'm dealing with as far as being a disabled person and how prepared we are as a community or as a county or even as a city to protect people with disabilities. And it started back in 2020. If anybody remembers something called Tropical Cyclone Ida, ETA, wasn't even a hurricane. It was a tropical cyclone that came across, barreling across Broward, which primarily hit my city very hard. It wasn't a storm. windstorm issue that we were dealing with. There was a rainstorm issue like Harvey that hit Texas a few years before that. Anybody recalls Hurricane Harvey? So we were dealing with a lot of storm surge and rainfall. We got we called it the 100-year storm in Broward because we never seen anything like it since the last 100 years ago. And what happened was we had almost 25 inches of rain falling about, I would say about 5 or 6 hours. And our lakes and we were just caught off guard. Our lakes weren't prepared to handle that kind of surge. Neither was our drainage system, and it just got overwhelmed. And like I said, my experience was complete flooding, and I had about 2 to 3 feet on a wheelchair coming into my house. And thank goodness that I always have a solution to difficulties in life because as people with disabilities, we're all faced with challenges, different ways, different forms. But we usually have to find a workaround, a way to get around it. And I'm always resourceful like that because in the last 30 years, I'm 64 years old, I'm gonna be 65. I'm a baby boomer, and I'm telling you right now, my aspiration of what's coming ahead for us is not very promising. But anyway, going back to Edom, I was flooded out and I felt a little confident because every year I subscribe or I apply for the special needs shelter here in Broward. Special needs shelter is more for people with no mobility. So the way the process is, if you can get to the special needs shelter, you have to apply there, and then when there's evacuation, you can go to the special needs shelter. And why would I want to go there? It's more like a hospital setting. It's safe. The beds are more accommodating for people with no mobility. I'm not living in a cot, so it's safer as far as there's so many different amenities that make it much better. But the setback to special needs shelter, let me begin by saying it doesn't work for us. For me, it doesn't work. Why? Because special needs shelter has strict guidelines. Number one, if you're gonna go to a special needs shelter, you need one person with you. I got a family of 5. I got 3 daughters that are minors. I can't leave my daughters in a hurricane in the house stuck alone while I'm being evacuated to a special needs shelter with my spouse as my caregiver. So that's never gonna happen. So as soon as I found out I was not allowed to go to the special needs shelter with my family, and I got a pet, I got a dog, service dog, and he can't go. So I said, you know what? I'm gonna hunker down and I'm gonna ride this through. And thank God I did because my family needed me at that point with all the water rising. I was stuck in my house approximately 2.5 weeks, no food. Okay, I couldn't get groceries out because I couldn't get out of my own house with the water flow. There was no help. There was no emergency vehicles. There was no paratransit. There was nothing running because of the flooding. Okay, where I got hit. And the thing that was sad was we have a senior community about maybe 15, 20 blocks from me. They were all being evacuated. So I asked myself, so what's the priority here? So I'm thinking, okay, the priority is gonna be obviously able people survive. They're gonna take care of themselves. Then followed by children, which women and children. And then obviously seniors. Last at the bottom of that pole is us, people with no mobility or people that have stringent disabilities that have to be transported or cared for special. And I found that I found it kind of wrong because we have we have to meet the same standards. As far as I was just talking about, we have to meet the same standards like able people. We have to pay our mortgage, car insurance, everything that's related to, standard of living. And then on top of that, when it comes down to needing services, we're always the last ones to receive the services. So I don't get that. We pay our taxes, we pay this. And I've been a 10-year living in Florida. I originally from Jersey. And I came down here and I thought this was the place that was going to be ideal for a person with a disability to live and retire and be safe. I know even if there's a hurricane, we'd still be safe. There has to be a plan in place. So I said, yeah, that sounds like a place. I'll move to Florida and I'll be good there. But then one day I was at a support group back in about 2 years ago, and we asked the emergency manager director to come in and speak to us what the plan was to help people with a disability and how to evacuate or how to go to a safer place. Well, let me ask you, I asked 5 questions to this gentleman. He couldn't give me an answer. Didn't have an answer. I asked him, well, what is the plan to evacuate a person with a disability? Is paratransit gonna pick us up? Is the fire department coming with a ladder truck? Is the fire department and fire rescue coming in with an ambulance to get us? What's the plan? Well, it's a work in progress. Basically, they have no plan. In my opinion, I didn't see any information. I have yet to see information on what I need to do as a homeowner / disabled homeowner. If there's an evacuation, and what do I need to do if this place gets flooded again? So I came up with my own plan B. I got myself a larger vehicle. I got an SUV with large tires. So if I have to evacuate, I'm throwing everybody in the back of my cab and I'm rolling them out the driveway. I no longer have to worry about being stuck in a home because my car was flooded out. It's just not gonna happen. I gotta rely on my own resources. So you have to have a plan B. Most people have to hunker down with a disability and hope they can make it and survive, because the likelihood of being picked up by an emergency vehicle or a paratransit are 0 to none, in my opinion, because many of my friends have even more difficult disabilities. And I've asked them, what do you do with her? You know what they told me? And these people are quads and power chair users. They tell me, you know what, Al, if the roof blows over my house, I can't rely on fire rescue to come get me. I'm going right to a hospital somehow. My caregiver is gonna have to get me to a hospital. And that's their plan B. Me, I would have to go to a shelter, but that ain't happening because the shelter is, like I said, it's inaccessible. It's a gym and a school. I mean, how accessible is that? To go to a gym in your school and you're sleeping on a cot and you have no mobility. It's like transferring from your chair to a jello bowl. That's how unsecure, and I can fall and get hurt. And I'm not gonna end up in the hospital just because I went to a shelter. So that's not gonna be my plan.
Yeah, and Al, this is Amy. Sorry, real quick. I just wanted to ask you, because I know you had stated that with the special needs shelters that you needed to register. When you registered, did they tell you what you were registering for, or was it clear what you were?
Registered for special needs shelter. They didn't give me the information on what the shelter is.
Okay,
They told me they would provide me with special needs shelter.
Okay.
I can only bring one person.
okay. And
And
so,
then I asked them about my family, and they said they can't come.
okay. So when you were stuck in your home for the 2.5 weeks because of the high water, you're saying that other folks around you in your community were being rescued or transported.
Seniors.
Okay.
Seniors. Anybody that was elderly, that was living in a 55 and over community, got fire rescue and vehicles, because they're very important people. I'm not saying it's any less of them. They deserve it.
Right.
You can't forget about us. Because
Right.
I've been registered with my local fire department as a disabled person. God forbid I have a fire, they know exactly where I'm sitting, where I'm laying, to be able to help me get me out of the house. So I do everything by due diligence to inform folks, listen, if I get stuck in whatever a catastrophe, you need to know I'm here.
Right.
So a lot of folks like me, they don't even have that awareness because they haven't registered or they haven't notified their local government agencies that, look, I'm here. So they're SOL, as we say in English, SOL. They have no chance in hell getting out. But I'm just fortunate to be a little smarter, a little wiser, that over the years, hard knocks.
No, you learn from experience, right?
Yeah, you're me plan B, but a lot of these young people have no clue. And that's why I'm here to help them,
And Al, I appreciate that. I want to get into your your advocacy work and that later, but I want to make sure that we have time for others to tell their story. So if you want to put a placeholder on that, and we'll get back to that if that's okay with you. Yeah, no, thank you. I mean, our next panelist is from Largo, Florida. Fred Comtois had experienced some issues in his mobile home as well. Fred, are you with us today?
This is Becky, his facilitator, and unfortunately Fred is not able to participate today due to some health issues.
Oh, no.
And he certainly apologizes for that, but he was hoping too that maybe I could speak a little bit on his behalf as well.
Yeah, Becky, thank you for stepping in for Fred. I appreciate that. Yeah, please, if you can tell us a little bit about Fred's disability as well as what he experienced and how he was connected to you, that would be fantastic.
Yeah, absolutely. So Fred became a Disability Achievement Center's consumer. Actually, started with Kim, who was sitting next to me, and I kind of stepped in at a little bit of a later date. Fred, his disability, he became blind as an adult due to glaucoma. So this is something that he deals with now daily. It's, certainly a change in his life. He's trying to function. Imagine now add a trauma of a hurricane. I can tell you that with Fred, he lives in a mobile home, which a lot of our elderly disabled live in mobile homes because that's what they can afford on their fixed income. Even though there may be a mandatory evacuation for those mobile homes, there's a lot of individuals including Fred, who, one, can't drive, don't have vehicles, don't have family and friends to assist them to get where they need to go to be evacuated. Through desperation, Fred's nephew was able to make his way through to Fred and get him out of there. With his mobile home, there was severe damage. His roof, major damage there, had another roof blow on top of his. Being blind, he couldn't even tell what damage was done. So he relied on what people were telling him. So now he's gone. So now he's worried, he's stressed out, doesn't know if his mobile home is still there, if he's gonna have a home to go back to, a very traumatic event. So now I now become his facilitator. What I've learned is that him and his nephew did apply to FEMA. And Fred did disclose what his disability was, but he did not feel there was some focus on his disability. FEMA sent him a letter, which he was unable for a couple reasons. One, he couldn't get to the mailbox. Two, because of the neighborhood being damaged. And then, of course, he couldn't read the letter due to his blindness. I actually go while we're on a wait list, trying to get help for him for a caregiver. I actually help him go through his mail. I open it up. I see that FEMA said, we've now closed your case because you didn't call us. Well, he didn't know, and he just returned with him. So with that being said, we made a call together. FEMA said as well, due to the circumstances, we'll reopen your case. Well, which is great. So again, still not much focus on his disability. We, Disability Achievement Center, was invited to a local event by FEMA. It was by invitation only. So we actually went along with a few of my other consumers. And we were very fortunate that we dealt with I think they refer to it as a second tier, just specialized agent. The gentleman, was fabulous. Actually, it was interesting, even though, you know, you go through this, claim process and many questions. This gentleman had very minimal questions for Fred. Became obvious for his disability. We came prepared with proof of documentation. The gentleman took it, put me down as a representative, so they would call me, not Fred, because he is limited even on the phone calls, being able to listen to voicemails, he cannot do. So then the inspection came, fortunate, we were able to get a very good inspector. She came out within a couple of weeks, Fred was approved. I don't believe that unless we went to that event, I don't believe that Fred would have gotten his case reopened, and I don't believe he would have been approved. And I don't think he would receive funding. Well, with that being said, even with the funding, we're now getting estimates from contractors. He was given, let's say, for example, here's an estimate, $10,000 for a roof. FEMA, unfortunately, was only providing, based on their formula, maybe 5,000 of it. So again, where do I keep it? We're trying to reach out to other organizations, which are out of funding. There's wait lists. They say point blank, even on the wait list, if we get to you, there won't be any funding left even at that point.
Right.
But some wait lists were up to a year. So imagine now trying to tell somebody, you're gonna live in your damaged home on your fixed income. And some small repairs, some significant. Flooring, roof, right down to the subfloors where you can actually either see the sky or see the ground.
Right.
Certainly no way to live. In Fred's case, he relied on people that he trusted, and that was a big issue for him. Because he did have people knocking on his door saying, hey, we'll do this, this is what we're gonna charge you. He didn't even know if he was being told the truth. So then I did as many home visits as I could, wellness checks. I was present during those times to make sure, which he felt his disability was being taken advantage of.
Right.
So again, a very stressful situation. I will happily say that we were able to get repairs done. He still has a few more, but we're relying on other organizations to step forward and be able to make assistance some of that funding. But I think Fred would venture to say that he's happy with the progress that's been made so far. And certainly we're hopeful that it will continue forward.
Yeah, we all hope that, most definitely. I mean, and you had mentioned, Becky, your role at the Disability Achievement Center. And many of NCD reports have talked about the important role that independent living centers play in emergency management, relief, recovery, response, the whole gamut. And oftentimes not being reimbursed for that, for those services as well. So that's been something that NCD has advocated for, or has recommended in the past as well. And I'm glad that you were able to connect with Fred to help him with that. And one of the issues definitely is being able to find the funding, that gap in funding that that FEMA provides in, you know, and especially on a fixed income. Al, I know during our conversations in the past, you had talked about a, if you want to briefly tell us about your nonprofit that has, does provide some assistance to people with disabilities who have experienced damages via disaster and what relief that is.
Yeah, Amy, after my experiences with Ida, I decided, you know what, we're on our own. I'm pretty much for sure on that. And I decided that it began, as a matter of fact, it came out of a win. I was sitting at a table in a restaurant with two of my disabled friends. Now I'm mobile, one quad and one paralyzed myself. And I wrote on a napkin, a name, and the name is, by the way, is right next to my name here. And it just caught my attention. And I said, what we're gonna do, the priority mission of this is number one, find affordable housing, accessible housing for people that can't find homes. It's bad enough we gotta be on a waiting list. But once we do get called up, we have no accessibility to get into that home, so it doesn't really matter. But most of the homes are inaccessible anyway. There has to be some type of modification. So what I decided was start an organization. God forbid there's a disaster again in Florida. We give grant money to folks with spinal cord injury or disabilities up to X amount of dollars needed to get their home fit. And we send you a contractor, which we provide as an organization, as my group, to help you fix your home so you don't get ripped off. So we're not making any money in this. We're doing this for the sake of helping our disabled community, just some type of be sustainable. Because we can't rely on anyone to come and help us. This is like throw a lifeline for all people. We're not throwing lifelines. We're not getting lifelines from the government. I can tell you that right now, other than Social Security. And I want a fixed income, like you said, like the lady said, Becky, it's really hard when you have no money coming in. And now you gotta make X amount of dollars in repairs and you're living with a mobile home with no roof. Right. That's inhumane in America. So what I do is I pick up some of that gap or some of that slack. All I need to do is tell me how much or who do you need to get it done. We can send you a person to get it done and we'll help you. But we'll make up some of FEMA's lack of gap in funding, and we'll try to do our part. You know, and this is grants that we applied for, and it's based on people with disabilities. It's a grant that was given to us. As a matter of fact, I just received another grant from one of our grantors, and they know we're doing great work. I got testimonials in my website. Please visit it, fourwheeling.org. Take a look at it. I mean, we do some great things, and we're not big, but let me tell you, we are strong as a community.
Strong and mighty. Thank you, Al. Becky, I wanted to go back to you real quick too. We had talked briefly about the housing situation also for people like Fred or people with no mobility disabilities when they do get displaced. It's, I mean, as Al mentioned, I mean, and I know firsthand as well that accessible and affordable housing is an oxymoron in itself, but accessible housing is extremely difficult to come by. Can you talk to me a little bit about, we had talked about how if a person with a disability was receiving assistance from FEMA or regarding accessible housing and it needed to be extended. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. First, I will speak on some of our consumers who have applied for rental assistance through FEMA.
Right.
Having said that, if you're fortunate enough to be approved, it will, let's just say, for example, one of my consumers received rental assistance for up to a year. Now we're at a point to where they need extension on their rental unit because, again, it goes back to that catch-22, where their damage term isn't ready. It hasn't been completely repaired for the reasons that I just previously discussed. Well, with that being said, well, they don't know where to go. They don't know who to turn to because now they need extension on the FEMA rental. And FEMA's like, yeah, we're not gonna approve that extension. Well, then what do? So do they go back to the damaged home? Which FEMA says, it's inhabitable, we don't want you there. But it's kind of a catch-22. They don't have family and friends, if they would be their other one. So I can, and I'll tell you another example. I have another consumer who was placed in a FEMA rental. They put her in a hotel. She is unable to walk. She was put on the 3rd floor. She tells the manager, hotel manager, I can't walk the stairs. The elevator is broken due to the hurricane. So she had to have, by the kindness of this man's heart, a stranger carry her up the 3 flights. I was actually not even aware of this until she called me and said, here's my situation. I haven't eaten in about a week and a half. And can you provide me food? Which we had a food program in place. And I said, absolutely. We got food to her that same day. And through the conversation found out why didn't she leave the room? Or I didn't realize the elevator was broken. I didn't realize to put her on the 3rd floor. I didn't realize the manager, really the bottom line for the manager for the hotel was really just getting money from FEMA and making sure that it was paid for. Not necessarily caring about the individual in that room and their well-being. So with that being said, what else, services that you need? We provide for some of our other core services, whether it be a walker, a rollator, incontinence supplies, again, food, even some extras that maybe to get her through that maybe otherwise we might not be able to have.
Right.
We received donations of water, emergency water. We were able to supply that. So we did, as an organization, what we could for her immediate needs, short-term needs, and then of course then dealing with, we need to get her out of this hotel and somewhere that's going to be a fit for her and her needs.
Right.
But it was actually very disconcerting. She's already stressed out. She's already traumatized.
Oh, of course.
And now I rely on a stranger to get her up the stairs. And I told her, I said, don't ever wait to call me. That's what I'm here for. That's my job. And it's our pleasure to do that as much as we can. So that kind of gives you a couple of examples of some of the housing issues.
Right.
The differences of not having the extensions mixed. That's where we are now.
Right. Right.
Yeah.
And Becky, thank you. I'll circle back with all of you, but I want to give Kim a chance to speak as well. Kim Dittman resides in St. Pete Beach. She is a consumer who has lived through a hurricane and also works at the Disability Achievement Center as well. So we get a 2-for-1. It's Kim, can you please tell us a little bit about yourself and your experience with the disasters in your area?
You can see I'm considered functioning quadriplegic. All extremities are affected. I had Guillain-Barré when I was 39. I was born with my disability, but acquired it later in life. I live in a mandatory evacuation zone, which is called St. Pete Beach. And with that being said, I live in a condo. And I rely on public transportation to get to and from work every day. I do own a van, but for me, it's worked out very well for me to get transported to and from work in a safe manner and as, wheelchair accessible vehicle. With that being said, having was a sleeper. You know, I think if you remember correctly, it was off coast over 100 miles. We didn't really think it was gonna hit us. Usually hurricanes in the Tampa Bay area head north. Unfortunately, the Panhandle or further north and whatever. So we were kind of we were taken off guard by Helene, which was storm surge. Al mentioned the rain, you know, unprecipitated amount of rain falling. Well, Milton provided that as backup for our back-to-back hurricanes. But getting forward, Helene, a lot of us being a mandatory evacuation, A zone was mandatory. A lot of us did evacuate, some of us because of our comfort zone and stuff. Well, we've never been hit in 100 years, we'll be fine, we'll be protected, what have you, never expecting the surge. Well, the surge as well was very devastating. It brought in sand and water, which caused a lot of damage to homes. I think there was over 33,000 residents plus that were damaged by the intercoastal as well as the Gulf winds and waters. Only it's very interesting because we're kind of there, only about 1,700 went to shelters, special needs shelters and what have you. But what happened, it came in at night and people were there and water started to surge up and come in, and which really was devastating for a lot of people. And like Al mentioned it, in wheelchairs or manual chairs or rollators, and they couldn't escape fast enough. And there were over 16 deaths in Dallas County with Helene, and then 2 more with Milton. But I, being working at the disability center, we always advocate preparedness. We give out brochures and information. We help individuals sign up for special needs shelters, which identifies what their needs are with regards to important things for oxygen or ambulation or mobility, any mobility issues. And so we're always prepared. So I opted to stay behind. Knowing that the effects were gonna be there, again, what was very devastating was elevation, or the elevators, electricity went down and it really cut us off guard. It took weeks before we could even access our roads to even get off the barrier islands. So it really made a huge impact on anybody that remained behind, and that was a lot of us just remained behind it. And it was very devastating, although some of us were very well prepared. Like I said, also the things that really stood out was public transportation. PSTA is really marvelous. They seem to work well with the emergency team here in Dallas County. We're fortunate. Pasco County, which we also serve, was not as fortunate. There's nothing out there with transportation, getting people, seniors, people with disabilities, families away from any kind of storms that are bustering from the Gulf. And so their statistics are a lot further than here in Dallas. But I do know that PSTA was very instrumental in working with bus systems, school systems, and those that were trying to get on buses with rollators that could not get on buses, so they had extra staff trying to meet the needs and getting those people to shelters. The shelters weren't all open because we weren't expecting it, which was also a problem. I think there were only 6 shelters open for Helene, and there were over 13 when Milton came in because we were in devastation mode and trying to recover from the first storm. I can't say enough about you know, being prepared. I being a power chair user rely on power. And when power goes down, you know, I had all these banks and batteries, and I relied on, you know, battery operated, you know, AM FM radio. Like I was out without electricity for almost 2.5 weeks. However, I did have a backup manual wheelchair, which I think is, and it's a luxury, but a necessity, especially when once you get out of your chair and you can't get back in and you're immobilized because, you know, you need it to get around even in your house if you can. But there are those individuals that don't have possible mobility access and you know, the PCAs couldn't get to them. Family members couldn't get through them because again, the barriers from the after effects of the storm.
And then Kim, you had talked a little bit about transportation and in Pinellas County. And one of the things that we had talked about, and I'd like you to discuss, is the register, is it registry the right word for it? For people with disabilities, in which they assisted with the evacuation?
Yes, yes, you needed to register. I did look up, well, being, helping individuals with the special needs assessment, they currently state in their, application form that Pinellas County, they can provide transportation, but you need to register on the special needs website. If you can, they encourage you to be able to get to a bus stop, so that the PSCA public transportation system can take you to a special, to a needs, to a shelter, or what have you. If you need a special needs shelter, PSCA, as long as you're registered, they will attempt to, access you and take you to your special needs shelter, which usually hospitals, as Al mentioned, or facilities that would provide more of the amenities that you would need to, survive. But you needed to register for that. So, and it's an annual thing, you need updates. So that's an encouragement too, for people to do due diligence, to have a plan, or have an advocate, or have a family member, or somebody from an agency to remind you to reapply and verify that you still need transportation, you still have disability, you still require assistance and awareness. And I think it's like anything else, mobile homes, the communities are small, people remain isolated in many respects. They don't have a neighborly kind of watch going on to make sure that they are safe and taken care of. We do give the center CERT training for emergency response team members throughout the community, and making them aware of people's needs with disabilities, the awareness of how to address them, how to assure them. The other thing I think is really challenging is when you have to evacuate, what do you think about? Your emergency kit, your medications, your pillow, your, some minor luggage, blanket, your pet or what have you. Well, many of the people in Pinellas County that evacuated or did evacuate never returned back to their homes. Elevators were continuing problems with parts and such. They were not operating. People went to nursing homes, so they had to leave everything behind. So that's a frightful thing too, when not knowing once you leave, if you'll return back to your, safety place.
Right,
So.
right. And then you were telling me that with the transportation, at least in Pinellas County, that they were evacuating people up until it was no longer safe to do so. Is that correct? With the
Yeah, they were the last to quit transported. They really worked very hard to evacuate and help those get to where they needed to go. And I'm very impressed with that system.
Yeah, I want to make sure we highlight the good and the needing improvement on this panel as opposed to.
No, I think they actually helped take people from the homeless shelters to the shelters, and they really respond. The other thing I think is fascinating about Pinellas County is I pulled up an after action report, an overview from Hurricane Debbie, and then Helene and Milton, and the problem solving and the outcomes that have come back from those devastating hurricanes have been remarkable. And we've kind of tweaked a lot of different things in our county, and I'm very proud of that. And transportation is one thing that we've really tried to tweak and make better for those that are in need. But
So definitely a promising practice then.
yeah, I really, our emergency management team has really come together. We can now take special needs shelters, they can take their pets, they can take family members to the special needs shelters, whereas prior to Helene and Milton, as Al was saying, you couldn't. So
Right.
some of those things, and the questionnaire is a 1-page, 2-page questionnaire, emergency, it's very easy. It just doesn't identify disability, but identifies what the needs are going forward to a special needs shelter. So that's very impressive.
Right. And just to be clear, with the special needs shelters or the registry, those are county run. So the experience you have up in Pinellas is not the same experience that Al would have in Broward. It's Broward County, I think, right, Al?
Yes, Amy, if I could just throw one, she did a great job, Nicole, right, correct?
Kim.
Kim.
I'm sorry, Kim, yes, you did a great job. Thank from your perspective with a power chair. Yeah, we register once a year, but they don't take into account family. See, a lot of us have family. See, some people think it's only the consumer and the caregiver. What about the people with children, like me? What are they supposed to do with those children? So they need to factor in disability with, we have surrounding support around us. It's not just me and a caregiver, it's me, my spouse and children. That's my support group.
Yeah, and it sounds, sorry, it sounds like Pinellas County is taking that into consideration. So that is something that should be promoted.
Pinellas?
No. We do not have that. You can bring family, you can also bring a service animal. If you have pets, they recommend that you take your pet to a SPC shelter to, to address that. But we do allow service animals and families and PCAs. But then again, transporting them, I can't answer that question. I don't know how many people had families they took to a special needs shelter. I don't have those statistics, but that's the other, the seating, how many people can ride on an accessible bus, and how many wheelchairs are on an accessible bus. But they did work closely with the neighborly, Transdev and neighborly services for coordination of transportation, PSTA, trying to bring in as many people that they knew that had accessibility buses and things like that.
Yeah, and one thing that we have talked about in prior reports is that the concern over these special needs registries is that they give the person with a disability a false sense of security. Many of them are simply a list. And depending on the county, as we're hearing in this conversation, it depends on if that list is executed. So it is very interesting. I know there was, I know in the state of Texas, there was a registry during, prior to Harvey, but during Harvey, in which people were waiting to be evacuated, with disabilities waiting to be evacuated, and no one ever showed up. So definitely, it sounds like Pinellas County is doing the right thing. So something that if there needs to be a special needs shelter or registry, at least they're doing it right. And so I believe that Florida is the only state, though, that requires special needs shelters. It's actually in their statute, which is a bit problematic because in its own right, because of what Al mentioned about the restrictions and other issues that NCD has identified in the past regarding the quickness, the cost of opening these special needs shelters is more than a general shelter. And so they tend to close them down a lot quicker. And before a person with a disability is able to move on to another location or back to their home. I would like to ask all of you, we have a few minutes left, if what recommendations you have for the toolkit. What would you like to see in there? What do I need to address? It's so open for anyone to answer that question.
Well, I can speak of what works from Pinellas. I think the toolkit has to have a directory of what is an evacuation, what your zone is, where you're at, where you're gonna go, where the shelters are. I know we have a nice newsletter we put together every year that we tweak and we try to quantify it, make it readable and accessible for anybody. So that needs to be ongoing. It's not a one-time thing. I think especially shelters and awareness of where the shelters are, mostly hospitals or a lot of nursing homes had to be evacuated and they were moved to other nursing homes and only to find out that those nursing homes were full and they couldn't accept anybody, so they had to bring them back. So there's that whole component of communication. Somehow, I don't know. Our emergency team works very hard at trying to keep those communication lines moving.
Right.
And I don't know how that can be implemented in other states. What have you, Al? Sorry, go ahead.
I have a suggestion.
Yeah.
If it means anything, if anyone here in this group, I say we should have a disability at the emergency management area that just handles just disability people.
Right.
In other words, what else needs are like, if we hate to send out the Cajun Navy to go get Al Salvi at his home because it's flooded in, we send out the Cajun Navy, okay? Versus like, who's coming? We have no communication.
Right.
Everybody's caught up, running around trying to get, the windstorm, the trees cut, everything done, roadways cleared, fires put out. But there's two things that really frighten me as a person with non-mobility, water and fire. And even wind at some point, but water and fire are my two biggest fears. And I need to have some type of reassurance that if any of those two were to go down, then I got a special disability team at the emergency management group, which by the way, I don't think there is any, that would help me and say, look, hi, my name is Al, I'm the disabled person, resident that lives in this home. What's the plan to coming back with me? And that person should prioritize us in front of the able-bodied people to say, look, we got this person that's disabled and needs immediate attention. Versus like, I know you want to cut a tree in the middle of the highway, and I know that's important, but let's go get this person with the Cajun Navy first so we can save his life. Because usually if you get people passing away, there's a lot of people that pass away due to storm surge primarily and things like that. Well, guess what? I don't want to end up like that number statistic in life.
Right.
I got a lot of life ahead of me and I got a family to support. And the last thing I want to be is left in a home where I can't get, that's a trap. So if I had a dedicated disabled group or in the emergency management team that was specifically designed to help or assist with people with special needs, that would be so much to me as a toolkit, along with the brochure and somebody competent as a director of emergency management. Because the worst thing you need is somebody that has no credibility when you ask them a question about disability and they can't answer one of 5 questions about disability. So how can you be a director, and I'm not pointing fingers, but they need to be well versed on dealing with all segments of population, not just able people and seniors.
Right.
Okay, what do you do with a person with a wheelchair? How do you get them safely out? I mean, emergency management is for all people, not just for select people. You understand?
Agreed.
I think we need to really home in on that.
Yeah, I agree.
Access and advocate for us while in an emergency, and someone that's a director that understands, hey, listen, we need to prioritize these people just like we do seniors.
Right.
And not put us at the bottom and wait for us to wait till they get evacuated before we even get considered.
Right.
It's not right.
I appreciate that, Al. Thank you. I thank all of you all for participating in this discussion. I'm going to hand it over to you, Chairman Kennemer, if there's any questions from the council.
Any questions from the council? All right.
Sean, I don't
Seeing and
have,
hearing none, then
Sean.
we will go to public comment period. Nick,
Thank you, everyone.
thank you, the panelists, for joining us.
Sean? Hello?
Right? The interpreter? Yeah.
Kim has a comment. I don't know if you can hear me. Kim Ridley has a
Thank
comment.
you. Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay, great. Sorry. I just wanted to again thank the panelists. And one of the things that I just heard was a suggestion of having someone at the state level, and I'm assuming you'd also like the federal level, to have someone focusing just on people with disabilities. I just wanted to throw out to not only the council, but to everyone in the audience that New York is doing just that. I don't have anything, like it is a brand new office that is going to focus on people with disabilities and access and function needs. So I can follow up with more, but when I say it's brand new, like we don't have anything on the website, they're still developing their materials. But I think that this is something that every state and the federal government should be doing. And if we can help with the way that we are kind of rolling out this office, I'd be more than happy to, as the team is doing that. And just so you know, the part of the team is made up of individuals with disabilities at our dishes or Division of Homeland Security and Emergency Services. So I'm happy to add more to this conversation as they develop their materials and their mission.
Thank you. Any other comments from the council members? All right, not seeing or hearing anybody online. All right, then we'll go to public comments.
Hi.
Hi, this is Beth Meyer. I'm with the Florida Independent Living Council, and I've had the honor of speaking to the NCD before. I know here in Florida, there is somebody at the state that is working statewide. We have a seat in the Emergency Management Office at the state level, working closely with Mass Care ESF 6 and ESF 8, and in the Human Services part of disaster response for the state. There is a very significant group at the state level that works with a lot of the counties. I know the ADA coordinators are very critical in Florida and have been very supportive of work that was being done. Every disaster that has hit Florida, we have had to pivot and learn something, take something from a failure, let's say, and make it into a positive. But in Florida, we have our Centers for Independent Living are part of the Comprehensive Emergency Management Plan for the state, and I think we are the only state that actually has that. So the Centers for Independent Living are working very closely at the county levels, and every year we've gotten, like I said, a little bit better. We are even addressing, some of the wheelchair ramps that are being destroyed. It is stalling the process of diversion and transition back home, and we are addressing that with our Florida Building Commission and making solutions for that. That came out of the Housing Work Group from Philk and one of our SIL directors who's now moved on to the association and led the way. So we take a hurdle and we fix the hurdle. The Centers for Independent Living have really changed a lot in Florida, and I think you hear it with in Pinellas County specifically with that group. But we are working very hard to address these issues and kind of what happened 10 years ago or thereabouts. Every storm we're getting a little bit better at that. So it is a work in progress. We are going to keep working on it. But in Florida, we have not only a seat at the state level, an entire group. We have them throughout the counties, and again, the Centers for Independent Living being written into the state emergency comprehensive emergency management plan is a big deal. So, but it was interesting to listen and learn. But every year we hope to get better.
Thank you. Anyone else in the room?
Mr. Chairman, we have a Sarah Bramblett on Zoom. Wanted to make a comment.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sarah Bramblett. I'm the Senior Advocacy Manager with the Obesity Action Coalition that is based in Tampa, Florida. I'm also a person living with a disability due to obesity, lymphedema, and lipedema. I live in Miami Shores, Florida, which is located in Miami-Dade County. I thank you for the opportunity to speak today regarding emergency preparedness. And I'd like to share my experience as a person living with a disability during natural disasters. I first actually moved to Florida in 2004. I quickly received a crash course in hurricane preparedness. That was the year where 3 major storms impacted South Florida. I was actually hospitalized due to my medical conditions during Hurricane Francis. I was in the hospital while Ivan passed by, and then I was released around the time that Hurricane Jean circled back and passed by. At the time, I lived on the 7th floor of an apartment building, and I quickly realized that a high-rise living was not ideal for someone with limited mobility, since when the power goes out, you also do not have elevators. These early experiences made me acutely aware of how disasters affect people with disabilities. In 2005, it was when Hurricane Wilma hit. I think I was on the 3rd floor at that time, so I was a little bit lower, but still, we were out of power for about a week after that storm. Moving forward to 2017, at this time, my mother had moved to Florida with me. And as Hurricane Irma approached, I offered that she could fly back to Ohio, and she said she would stay in Florida. She also had the same conditions as I did, and I was her caretaker. We did lose power for several days and cable and cell phone service, but we were okay. At the time, though, we were looking to purchase some property, and as some have already mentioned, my mom was looking for something we could afford, and she was looking at mobile homes or those types of homes. And I told her, I said, Mom, we're not built for a shelter because with shelters and the cots and things with our size and our limited mobility, I wasn't sure of what could accommodate us. And so we actually did find a first floor condo to purchase. And in 2022, when Ian was passing by, at this time her health had declined. I was her 24-hour caregiver, and she was on oxygen and she wasn't able to move. Sorry, she wasn't mobile. She required a wheelchair. I did register her with the Miami-Dade County Emergency Evacuation Assistance Program. They did call at the time to check on what our needs would be, what her needs would be. I didn't know what my needs would be met. I knew I would need to go with her, but I didn't know if there'd be a place for me to comfortably sit or sleep at my size and would be able to support me. If I don't have support from my body, my condition with my lymphedema, my legs can easily break down, become infected. So it's something important that I'm accommodated. Thankfully, that storm did pass by and it did not impact us.
We're at time.
If I could just add that I think we need to include obesity and high weights and body size and any type of accommodations with people with disabilities, because we are part of it. Not everyone with obesity has a disability, but people with disabilities certainly have a wide range of body sizes and weight.
All right, thank you.
Did we hit that?
Do you have anyone else, Nick?
If we have anybody online who would still like to make a comment, if you could raise your hand or type in the chat.
Hello, my
Okay.
name is Kevin Fallon. I just want to make sure everyone can hear me okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Great, thank you. One, really appreciate the discussion and also wanted to call out Kim's mentioned before the work that's happening in New York. Some of the conversations we've seen with Kim, Ben Thapa, and the emergency response work around people with disabilities is exciting. I am the parent of a child with a disability and have seen this growing raise of active shooter situation in schools, just the reliance of emergency alerts that are either visual or audio, and specifically as a parent of a child with a hearing loss, looking at using either technology or other solutions to make sure that there is that equal access to information. So my ask would be to see this group continue to look for or look at the funding gaps that exist around emergency management grants, specifically looking at communication technologies in both schools, public facilities, and in general, really taking a look at what are the other modern technology solutions that could be leveraged as this toolkit is coming together and trying to leverage what else is out there in general. But thank you for the opportunity to speak and thank you for the discussion today.
Thank you. Anyone else, Nick?
If anybody else has a comment, if you could raise your hand or type in the, oh, it looks like we got one.
Okay.
My name is Steve Grammer from Roanoke, Virginia. I've had but it's really good purposes. Yeah. Okay, I've had some bad experiences with emergency personnel. For example, the light someone broke into my house. And I called 911. So when the officer responded, the officer would not listen to him, could not understand him, and was shining a light in his eye. He has proposed, I have proposed, excuse me, I have proposed some training of how to deal effectively with people with various types of disabilities for emergency staff. But as of now, it hasn't gone anywhere. Okay. Do you want me to elaborate on some things? So my name is Will. I'm providing communication support for Mr. Grammer. He's asked me to elaborate on a couple things. This has occurred both with the police department as a result of the break-in at his house, and it's also occurred in medical environments, primarily the emergency room where he's gone in, various emergency rooms, not just here in Roanoke. And a lot of people just assume, the caregivers, the police, they assume that Mr. Grammer has an intellectual disability when he doesn't. He just has a speech impediment along with his developmental disability. And they overtalk him or they don't listen. And he's tried to advocate for his rights and what he wants to have done or not have done. And it's just as if he is not sitting there trying to talk to them. They're not trying to stop talking and listen to try to understand him. So Mr. Grammer has been in touch with several of the organizations here locally, both the police department and the EMS. And he's also mentioned it to several doctors at the primary hospital here that he's willing. Well, first he kind of addressed it from a question standpoint of what type of training do emergency personnel, do doctors and medical professionals have when it comes to relating with people with disabilities. And it seems like it's not much, and it certainly skims across the top, if anything.
We're at time.
I'm sorry, we're at time, but we will talk about, that is another issue, a report that we are currently working on. So thank you for your comment.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Looks like we don't have any more.
Okay, that concludes public comment. At this time, we're going to take a lunch break until 2 p.m. So we'll see everybody back at 2. Thank you. Hey, Nick? Nick, can you come up here? If you can hear me, we'll get started here in just a couple minutes.
Check.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started. Nick, are we ready? We good? Yeah. All right, welcome back. At this time, we're going to go to our panel on accessible transportation in Florida, the barriers and innovations. And Joy is leading this panel. Thank you.
Yes, hi everyone. If we could have our panelists come forward, you all can get settled and then we'll go ahead and get started. So in July of 2025, the National Council on Disability published a report examining the current state of ground transportation in the United States for people with mobility disabilities, particularly wheelchair users who rely on accessible transportation. The report found that millions of people with disabilities remain significantly transportation disadvantaged. There are simply not an adequate number of wheelchair accessible vehicles or waves for wheelchair users who require them to travel. Many communities across the United States have few or no options for on-demand, door-to-door wheelchair accessible service. Among other things, as some of our panelists will discuss, this can contribute to social isolation and negative mental health impacts, and it also impedes independence. However, some bright spots do exist for wheelchair accessible public transportation. For example, public-private partnerships, which are partnerships between public transit agencies and private companies, such as taxi companies or transportation network companies, which we'll call TNCs, those are things like Uber or Lyft, are helping to supplement traditional paratransit and limited fixed route transit. These partnerships can reduce advanced scheduling requirements, lead to cost savings for transit agencies and people with disabilities, and increase rider satisfaction. And you'll hear about a few of those partnerships from our panelists here today. Among other things, NCD's report looked at the status of accessible ground transportation nationwide. And what we're hoping to do in today's panel is to zoom in and focus on accessible transportation here in Florida. We're going to discuss some of the challenges that Florida residents who use wheelchairs face in getting accessible transportation, as well as some of the innovative solutions that some transit agencies are using to try to address those challenges. And we have a fantastic panel for you here today. You can read their full biographies in the materials. I don't want to take up our limited time with that. But we'll start off today by having them introduce themselves briefly. We'll start with Amanda, who's on Zoom.
Hello, my name is Amanda Baker and I work for Disability Rights Florida, the intake department. I'm a self-advocate and full-time power wheelchair user. Happy to be here.
Great. Thanks, Amanda. And we can just start with Martin and go left to right on our panel. Thank you. There's a button on the front.
Now it's on.
That's on.
Thank you.
Sure.
User error there. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me here today. My name is Martin Catala. I work for the Center for Urban Transportation Research at the University of South Florida. And we work and study this space and work with transit partners throughout the state of Florida as they navigate this. Some of the stories or insights I provide today actually are part of work that we've done at Qatar, and includes my colleague Jennifer Flynn has joined me today because the research and insights I have are not just from mine, but from several people at Qatar, and Jennifer's one of them. So thanks for having me here.
Not working. Thank you, sir. Hi, I'm Ross Silvers. I'm with Pinellas Suncoast Transit Authority in St. Petersburg, Florida. Happy to be with you here today. And I also am a person with a disability. I'm a daily rider of our regular fixed route local bus service and a frequent user of our mobility on demand service that I'll tell you more about later. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Sharon Dyke. I'm the Executive Director for the Center for Independent Living, Jacksonville. I also sit on the Jacksonville Transportation Advisory Committee, along with several other transportation committees. We are with Jacksonville Transportation Advisory Committee with the JTA in Jacksonville. Thank you, and I appreciate the invite to be.
Thank you all so much for being here with us today. I'm really looking forward to a great conversation. To start out, I was hoping that we could talk a little bit about some of the barriers to transportation that you all have either faced or observed. And I'm going to kick it to Amanda to start out with. Amanda, can you tell us about some of the difficulties with transportation that you've personally experienced while living in Florida?
Yes, I'll be happy to. I currently live in Tallahassee. Before I moved to Tallahassee, I lived in Panama City. So I lived in Panama City for most of my life. And then after Hurricane Michael in 2018, I had to relocate to Tallahassee. So I will be sharing some issues I've had in both areas and kind of comparing the two. In Panama City, there were very few opportunities for transportation. We had a very limited, what we call a trolley system, which was the county's version of a bus system. And if you, for instance, like me, lived downtown, you'd have to catch a trolley to go all the way across town to catch another trolley to go all the way back downtown to get to a place that you needed to go. And unless you're able to get funding for, say, Medicaid waiver transportation, I have Medicaid waiver, but at the time they wouldn't approve any transportation for me. So I got so frustrated with it taking me hours to go to work that I actually started driving my wheelchair to work, and I lived 4 hours away from my job at the not 4 hours, I'm sorry, 4 miles away from my job at the time.
Still.
So I had to drive 4 miles there, 4 miles back. In the rain, in the cold, in the heat, everything. And I do require personal care to like change clothes and things. So there were several times I had to work in wet clothes and whatnot. So lots of stories I can tell you there, but I even when I did manage to get transportation through Medicaid waiver, very restrictive to work or the doctor, could not go anywhere socially on transportation. If I went on the trolley system, it took hours to get places. So I learned to drive where I could drive around where I lived. And that was very isolating and kept me from being with my friends a lot of times and going to events that I needed to go to. But my day-to-day life, trying to work with no transportation or very limited transportation, I should say, it was treacherous. Like I never knew what I was gonna deal with from day to day. So then I moved to Tallahassee, and someone told me if I signed up for the paratransit, I could not just go to the doctor or to work, but I could actually go get a haircut. So the first thing I wanted to do after Hurricane Michael is go get a haircut because I was just felt yucky and gross. So I was so excited that I could get a haircut. It felt like I won the lottery because I had never just been able to go get a haircut before. And then they said, oh, you can go anywhere. You can go to the grocery store. You can go to the movies. And I was amazed. And even though the transportation here in Tallahassee does have its challenges, it's late a lot and things that, and they've since made it a little stricter. They've limited the number of personal trips that are available. So you have to, they prioritize work in medical appointments now, but it's still infinitely better than what I had in Panama City. So I guess one of the points I wanted to make is there's challenges everywhere, yes, but it depends on where you are. Because, somebody may think they're in a great situation compared to what they were in the past, but that doesn't mean that it's still a great system. Like, I'm better than I was, but there's still a lot that needs to be worked on. So.
Absolutely. In your work at Disability Rights Florida, have you heard about other barriers with ground transportation that people with mobility disabilities are experiencing, either there or in different parts of the state?
Yes, and forgive me for looking back and forth. I just want to make sure I get everything that I wrote down so I could cover everything.
Sure.
So we're seeing excessive cancellation delays and scheduling issues caused by lack of availability or last minute provider issues. Programs which are moving to limited transportation to medical appointments only, which inhibits individuals' ability to obtain transportation for work or community places. This leads to like poor employment outcomes. So whereas here they still prioritize employment, some places are seeing that they're just going to medical appointments. Lack of providers in the private market. There are still limits to what can be scheduled for private transportation for those who need van or bus transport versus large vehicles, and where a portable chair can be stowed, or if a person needs a power chair. I heard Joy mention the Uber and Lyfts, and our system does partner with them, but they don't have access for power wheelchair users. So unless you're able to get out of a chair, and fold it up, and they're able to fold it up and put it in the vehicle, you can't use that. So let's see, many companies do not have readily available vehicles, like I said, for like power chairs. Bus companies, which have accessible policies on their website, but the staff and drivers do not know the policies or refuse to provide the assistance needed by individual travelers. That's an issue that we see. And also a big issue that we see is cross-county coordination. Someone can live in an area where they need to go to a doctor that's 5 minutes up the road, but if it happens to count across a county line, there's a big issue with paratransits and other companies not wanting to cross those county lines.
Okay, thanks, Amanda. That's a really helpful overview. I want to turn to Sharon now. Sharon, can you tell us what issues with transportation you've experienced in Jacksonville, or what you've heard from other people with mobility disabilities there?
Sure. Thank you, Joy, for the question. The challenge that we face in Jacksonville is our county is very big. We are the biggest county in the state of Florida, so there's a lot of area to cover. Our transit company, we actually have two sides now. We have an on-demand service and a regular paratransit service. Our challenge is that there is a lot of wait. There's a lot of hurry up and wait. We have ride windows that are 30 minutes to 45 minutes. long. There's no telling when they're going to get there. And by that, you don't know when you're going to arrive at your doctor's appointment or your job or any other activity that you may do. Luckily in Jacksonville, we don't prioritize trips. They call 24 hours in advance and are able to secure a ride on the regular connections. So we don't have that challenge. Our challenge basically comes down to the non-shared rides and the sheer mass of the space that we need to cover in Jacksonville.
Gotcha. Turning to you, Ross, what challenges have you been dealing with in the Pinellas County area? And how are those either similar to or different from what you've heard Amanda and Sharon talk about?
Sure. So in Pinellas County, we are the most densely populated county in the state of Florida. So it does not look like a bunch of high rises, which is what I first thought of when I heard that term. What it looks like is one big suburb. So there's good and bad to that. The good is that there's not much open space. And so you don't have gaps in our fixed route system or in our ADA paratransit system. So about 98% of our area is covered by those systems. And of course, I mean, just as a reminder, I'm sure all the council members are well aware of the integration mandate from ADA. And so we do want to keep kind of our eye on that ball to try and make sure that fixed route is as accessible as possible to people with disabilities. And so that's why I'm wearing my Sunrunner shirt here today. Sunrunner is our wonderful bus rapid transit service. And a lot of cities now across the country have some type of a bus rapid transit if they're too small to have a light rail system or a subway system. And so it kind of mimics a rail system in that all the places you catch this thing or get off of it are stations. And so as a new system, all the stations are fully accessible, and they're elevated to the height so that it's step-free boarding on and off of the vehicle. So there's no having to lower or put out a ramp or anything. You just roll right on. So it's really easy and convenient. There's no worrying about missing your stop, no pulling your cord. It automatically stops at every station like a rail system does. So it's really fun, and it's a great, easy first ride for people. The barrier in Florida is that we have, I can't remember the exact statistic, but we have multiple cities that rank in the top 10 of the most dangerous places for pedestrians and cyclists. So the challenge is getting to that station safely. And that's why a lot of our discussion here today on this panel is going to focus not on fixed route, but upon microtransit and ADA paratransit, of course, but also on-demand solutions, because it's getting around that safety issue. So in Pinellas County, fortunately, we've been very blessed by having people on our board and elected officials who've been open to innovation. So I'll be telling you later about all the different ways we've been using kind of non-traditional services to bridge our gaps.
Great. We're really happy to have you with us today. I mentioned to Ross earlier that Pinellas County also got a shout out during our emergency management panel. So you all are doing work that we're looking forward to hearing more about. Martin, turning to you, I know that Qatar does a lot of research into different transit agencies throughout the state. Are there trends that you've noticed in your work about barriers to accessible ground transportation?
You know, a lot of the stories we've heard today are stories we hear at the agencies that we work with. And the challenges that they're faced with are kind of twofold. Sometimes it's related to the costs of paratransit service. So they look for these mobility on demand solutions. And the challenge that really from the customer perspective is that you end up using the Uber and Lyft type services to address the ambulatory riders' needs, and the wheelchair accessible vehicles are not as available. And then they end up doing shared rides, so their travel times are much longer, and that creates reliability issues. I think the other trend that we see is I think there's a belief that the microtransit mobility on demand is a silver bullet to these problems. They see lower prices, and that really sort of ignores sort of the quality of service that the universe that of the ADA accessible population requires, and that you have this sort of mismatch of service quality within those communities. But particularly this happens in urban areas. But the other arena, which we heard a little bit from folks from Tallahassee and Panama City, these are really rural areas. And some of those places, you can't even use the microtransit type services or mobility on demand because they don't have cell service. Or they don't even offer Uber and Lyft in that area because those types of business models require volume. And so in the rural settings, the challenges, the opportunities that micro transit and mobility on demand solutions offer in urban settings sort of don't work as well in rural settings. So coming up with software solutions that help those approaches perhaps apply in rural is an ongoing challenge, and really a true barrier for helping people in those communities get access. There was mention about cross-county barriers. It's not uncommon if you're in a rural area, the local hospital is not in your county. If you're having to go to VA benefits, it's not in your county. So having services that cross county lines is very difficult. There is a lot of movement in the state. The Florida Commission for Transportation Disadvantage offers an innovation and service development grant program that tries to encourage innovation and accepts the possibility that the innovation doesn't work, right? But we have to make sure we learn those lessons. But the barriers that people talked about today are something that we see universally around the state. The challenge is coming up with a solution set that we can't pretend that it solves all of the problems in all of the settings. And I think when we talk a little bit more about innovative solutions, innovation in terms of the business model and the flexibility that's afforded to the pilots to kind of pivot and move to other directions when things aren't going as well as anticipated, or sometimes going too well, and the cost prices sky high, and unexpected costs for the community that's serving them.
Absolutely. And that's a perfect segue. Thank you for that. You mentioned innovation. So I'll turn back to you, Ross. Can you tell us more about some of the programs that you've developed in Pinellas to try to address some of the challenges that we've discussed?
Of course. So once upon a time, we did a sales tax referendum to try and get more funding or switch our funding stream out of ad valorem. And the board said, we support this, it's great, but if it doesn't work, if it doesn't get passed, then you've got to cut bus service. That's the deal, right? Okay. So it didn't pass. So we said, okay, we got to cut bus service. And the board said, well, we hear you. We said that, but we don't want anybody to lose their ride. Okay, cut the bus service, but no one loses their ride. So that's what prompted us to form the nation's first transit agency partnership with the TNC, with Uber. And so we replaced the bus service with what's now called first mile, last mile service to get people to other bus services who lived in that area. So that's Direct Connect. That program still exists today. And essentially, PSTA pays the first $5 of the cost of a ride for anyone in the public to use Uber, Lyft, a local taxi company, or we have a contract with the local wheelchair transport company. We pay them $25 for that first ride towards a subsidy to get to one of designated transfer spots. So that was our first program, still operating today, to help make that connection to the fixed route. From there, we went to the predecessor to the Innovation Service Development Grant that Martin talked about from the CTD. And that gave us a grant to provide what's called the TD late shift. And that's because we have it's a big service industry in Florida, a lot of service workers, restaurants, hotels, call centers. And so they have second and third shift jobs. And unless you're in South Florida, most of our transit agencies stop their service somewhere in the evening hours. And we're no exception. So people had to get to or from work in the middle of the night. So we developed this program. It's for low-income individuals with or without a disability, and it would get them to work, 25 rides a month for $9. So very popular program, still going today. And then from there, we went on to getting a FTA sandbox grant which kind of said, okay, you can, with our permission, exempt yourself from some of the FTA rules that apply to ADA paratransit and try something new. Tremendous grant program across the country. So for us, we started Mobility on Demand, and that is still going today, obviously without the grant funds. But essentially, it's offering ADA paratransit customers with documented disabilities the option of either using the ADA paratransit trip with the full level of FTA supported and required services and screening, et cetera, or they can choose to use Mobility on Demand, where they're getting an on-demand ride from Uber, Lyft, that same taxi company, or the wheelchair company. So today we are at the point where we have about 1,600 ADA paratransit riders taking trips a day, and about 1,000 of those are on demand. So very high success there. The last two things I'll mention briefly are we have a cross-county service using that Innovation Service Development Grant from the TD Commission. Cross-county trips for people who qualify as transportation disadvantaged for $6 a ride. So going to a 3-county area. And then lastly, I know Joy wanted me to talk about the future. And so next up is we are looking to do a pilot program where we would offer our ADA paratransit customers free membership to what's called Uber One. It's kind of like Instacart. So it would deliver groceries or food to their homes. We'd cover the membership fee and they'd pay for obviously their groceries or food, not to supplant all their trips, but just to help kind of reduce that demand, especially be handy on a hotter, rainy day. So that's kind of where we're headed.
Very cool. And for folks who are primarily traditional paratransit users, when you say on-demand rides for wheelchair users, what kind of scheduling
Sure.
framework are you looking at?
So of course, anywhere in the country, that you have fixed route, bus transit, you have ADA paratransit. And generally the rule is, you have to make advanced reservations. The most common is like what we have. We have to reserve by 5 p.m. the day before you travel. For on-demand service, for our Mobility on Demand, the rules are the same, whether you're ambulatory or wheelchair, there's no difference in costs, booking time frames, et cetera. And so you can book your ride just whenever you want to go. It operates 6 days a week, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. And you call in and request your ride. The average for a wheelchair customer is 35 minutes. So in terms of the time when they call in or use the app to request the ride to when the ride arrives to pick them up. It's an unshared ride for them as it is for the ambulatory customer. So the disadvantage on the wheelchair side, we have plenty of supply. What we have sometimes is we have uneven demand. And so, for example, the first week of every month is when a lot of folks are getting their Social Security checks, and then they want to go and get their money and go out and do the things they need to do. So demand for those available wheelchair rides skyrockets. And now our supply stayed the same, so we know what happens. We have longer wait times. So there's inconsistency, and that's one of our challenges that we have that we want to make improvements upon. But that's how it works today.
Great. What kind of feedback are you hearing from riders?
So people love it. People love having the opportunity to take a ride that is not shared, to take a ride that instead of having a pickup window has an ETA. They love the opportunity to be spontaneous, to do what they want, when they want. So it's a tremendous advantage. And as a transit agency, we have to say, okay, what makes this public transit? We say, well, we're meeting the mobility needs of the community. And we're serving our mission of getting people where they want to go safely. So, it's not on-demand rides are not for everyone. And we try to do a very careful job of telling people when they apply for the service, the difference between on-demand and advanced reservation, making it very clear that ADA paratransit is the higher level of service and help explain why. So, but people really love the freedom of choosing and using, for example, the advanced reservation service to get to an appointment because they can know they can count on it. And it won't be a day when everyone's going to some special event and on-demand rides don't exist. or are hard to get. And they love the flexibility of saying, I have no idea when this doctor's appointment's going to end. And I hate to have to make an appointment time and then I can't make that time. I could become a will call. It could be an hour till they get me. Instead, the return trip's on demand. They get a ride in 15 minutes, 35 minutes if they're a wheelchair user on average. So it's that tremendous, I'm a mobility guy in my head, so having options is what it's all about. So it gives people options and lets them make an informed choice.
Absolutely. It sounds like to me, oh, I thought you all were giving Ross applause. That would be great too. It sounds like to me, you all in Pinellas are trying to do a lot. You have a very ambitious set of programs. Are there particular challenges that you've run into?
So you've already guessed the number one challenge, which is that even staff have a hard time remembering the rules for all these different programs and how they work. So it's helping our customers to we use the mobility consultation model for our eligibility process for ADA paratransit. And so that means that we are trying to guide people in an interview setting over the phone to what service is going to best or services will best meet their needs. In some cases, it's transportation disadvantage because they want to pay the least amount for their rides or they need to go cross county. And in other situations, it's using that access service, we call PSTA Access or ADA Paratransit, because it provides that door-to-door service that someone needs who's not going to be able to handle a standard Uber or Lyft driver. So, so that's a tremendous challenge for us. Of course, budgeting is always a challenge for any agency. We have some restrictions for the on-demand services. And those, of course, no one likes to have restrictions after they've been unrestricted, but our customers have come to a point where they really understand and accept the restrictions as being reasonable. So we try to find that balance the best we can. And I think that's, there's a lot of challenges in the industry. In terms, I know a big focus here is on wheelchair transportation. So I have to tell you that in Florida, we have some of the highest insurance rates in the country. And so our wheelchair provider, they get charged on average $22,000 a year insurance per vehicle. So that's a really large bill to have to add, and that's what drives up the cost of their trips. So it's part of doing business in the state. So, so it's understanding kind of where things are. They operate out of the other difference, just so folks understand, I'm sorry if I'm going too long here, but TNCs like Uber and Lyft, we all know what they are. We've all used them. We understand it, right? It's a totally on-demand service. It's how it's geared. A traditional wheelchair service provider, a wheelchair van service, right? That's private. They're making their business off of contracts with the VA, contracts with nursing homes, contracts to get advanced reservation trips performed, right? So that's their number one focus, making those contract owners happy, right? And so it's advanced reservation model. So when you say, okay, squeeze in some on-demand trips in between, it's not their model, right? We're trying to fit a circle into a square. So it's very challenging. They'll have 3 different rides stacked up for one vehicle coming up. And it's okay, squeeze us in. Where are we going to squeeze you? Sometimes it's, this driver, someone just canceled. Okay, great. Your ride is 10 minutes away. And the next time it's going to be an hour. So it's being able to tell people clear communication is I think what our riders try to value the most. And so they're getting text messages on their phone about when their ride is coming, no matter what type of ride it is. It's more challenging on the wheelchair service because it's changing more dynamically. They don't have the same flexibility for those on-demand trips. So these are just some of the kind of the challenges that we're wrestling with and we want to try to make better.
That makes sense. Martin, turning back to you, are there projects elsewhere in Florida with those service delivery grants that you mentioned that are trying to address some of the challenges that we've heard about?
Yeah, there are actually many of them are funded by the CTD, the Florida Commission for Transportation Disadvantage. The CTD's program has encouraged these types of pilots. One that's been ongoing for probably 4 or 5 years is in St. Lucie, Martin and Indian River County. They have a service that cross county lines that's for folks with developmental disabilities. And they have, it's operated by UServe, and it has an on-demand, same-day reservation system. And a similar program was running in Pinellas County and Hillsborough County. And I think, Ross, you all are still operating it now. It's taken over it. And we did an evaluation of both of those programs when they first started. And there were some challenges. There was a certain amount of money allocated, and they started spending it at a higher rate. And that's because it was so popular. It's, reveals the sort of latent demand for these services that I think a lot of people really, I don't know why, but don't recognize that demand is there. And they had to put some limits, cost saving limits. You could take a certain number of trips. They increased the fee to participate. But those programs really are great models for a very targeted market, and it really creates an independence for that population. And when we did our evaluation, we did both quantitative and qualitative reviews. And, we did interviews and from the family members as well as the riders, it was a liberating activity. And it really made us realize the value of targeting those types of programs. I think the big challenge with any of these is sustainability. A lot of grants are short term. Sometimes they may say it's 3 or 5 years. And you have to think about that at the very beginning. And during that process, building your constituency to recognize the value and perhaps finding other partners to help pick up the difference when the grant starts to lapse or maybe the grant goes down. But those are some really good examples. When I was thinking about this question, there are so many programs going around, not just in Florida, but in the United States. Qatar plays that role as an evaluator. The Sandbox program that Ross, we were one of the evaluators. Jennifer Flynn, who's here with me today, we did a Rides to Wellness, which was a similar kind of program from FTA, as well as we always called it HISCR, but it's the Human Service Coordination Research Program. But I was like, I got to remember the acronym, but I never do. So I had to write it down. But those programs, what's nice about all of those programs is you can look and find them on, all of them have evaluations and lessons learned. And those insights, I think, are so critical for when we're launching these types of solutions. What Ross is talking about when they're was it Uber One? Instacart is something that was happening in the Northwest. And those kinds of programs, they have measured impact on cost savings and liberating folks from not having to take trips to the pharmacy. That the pharmacy is brought to them and they can free them up for other trips that are more enriching and really just makes the quality of life, so much better than just going to the doctor, once a month or whatever that might be. So I think, I want to hesitate to go into the details of all of the programs that are in there. I would strongly suggest folks to look at some of those demonstration and pilot projects. Almost all of them will have a performance and lesson learned report because the intention of the pilot, right, is to see what worked and what didn't. But Florida, fortunately, the ISD program in Florida really gives an opportunity for that. And some of them don't work. I mean, some of them, they don't spend the money because they could not get a service set up. We found that same thing with some of the federal programs, that the things that they were trying to measure, it's not as easy to measure than we thought. There's issues with privacy and healthcare privacy that stop them from being able to measure some of the performance measures. But it's really a good resource to uncover other solutions that are out there in the country as well as Florida.
Are there themes that you've been seeing in those evaluations or those reports when it comes to challenges in launching or sustaining these kinds of projects?
Yeah, I think there are sort of two themes. Almost all of them have to come up with a performance measure. Like, how do we know this has been successful? One of the themes is folks coming up with performance measures that are not really measurable, but sound really good. So I think a theme of being able to properly identify the goal and the performance and the data. So that's really a challenge. We've seen this with other agreements. You want to make sure that when you make these agreements, especially with the public-private partnership, that data is available, that, you know, when you're purchasing the service, you're also purchasing the performance data, like the itineraries and the information regarding where the bus or the vehicle was located and when they pick people up. I think the other sort of emerging theme is the sustainability theme. It's heartbreaking when they end, and sometimes these pilot programs do end. And the theme of being prepared for it to end, we've seen a few examples where they've been properly prepared, recognizing that sort of wean themselves away from the grant program and trying to find sustainable partners in the community. That's been sort of an emerging challenge, and it's a perennial challenge with any pilot. Let's try this. Looks good. Okay, how do we do it now with regular dollars is a real difficult barrier. I think recognizing that at the get-go is really critical for these pilots to undertake.
Absolutely, Sharon. I think that your experience in Jacksonville might be an example of exactly what Martin was just talking about. Can you tell us a little bit more about Jacksonville's partnership with UServe and your experience bringing the Connection Plus program to Jacksonville?
Sure. So you started contacting me in 2018, and when they were basically 2 weeks into their company model, and they said, you know, we can offer the JTA on-demand service. And I said, well, call me back in about 3 months. Let's see how it goes, because they were a whole 2 weeks old at that point. So after that time, they contacted me back, and we made arrangements for them to meet with our JTA and with the city. And in 2019, UServe was born in Jacksonville. And when we went to ask the JTA board, they were like, we're going to ask for 200,000. And I laughed. I was like, that is nowhere near enough money. They're like, oh, we don't think it's going to be that popular. Well, the numbers started to increase from 200 to 500 to 1,000. So last month, UServe did 31,000 trips in 1 month. So we were like, it's no longer a pilot. Obviously, it's been there 5 years, but so then they turned around and they were like, we cannot make this service sustainable, because it went from 300,000, now we're up to 8 million on it. And they told us that there weren't no funding available. There are no grants, there's no federal funding. Well, now we know different, but that's where we were with that. So now they've made the service. It currently runs at $6 one way for 15 miles. And anything over 15 miles is $2. $2 a mile. Well, they announced that as of February 1st, they were no longer going to offer on-demand service. Well, the community came out and said, you can't take our service. And because a lot of people use the service, obviously, so they now have paused removing the service, but they're making the service unaffordable. So what they've done is now they've raised the fare amount to $10 for 8 miles. And as I mentioned to you earlier, Jacksonville is very big, and you're not going to get very far for 8 miles. I will not make it to work for 8 miles. Everything above 8 miles will be $3.50. So to put that in perspective, I currently spend $240 a month to go to work monthly. That will jump to $320 a week. So how are people with disabilities going to afford that? It's not sustainable for the community. What they're not realizing is they're treating it like it's a privilege to get a ride, but it's not. It's a right. We have the right to work, to go to school, and to live in our community the same as anyone else. The barrier should not be transportation. And what I presented to them was the reason that USERV came about is because I was hospitalized. Doctor walks in and says, "Great news, you're all better, you get to go home today." My first thought was, how am I getting home? Because I can't schedule a ride. They need require 24-hour notice. Doctor doesn't care about that. The hospital doesn't care about that. So what do? Am I spending the night in the hallway somewhere? That's how USERV came about, because there's really a need for it. And now we are facing the challenge of making it sustainable. But as I explained to our city council and to several different organizations, that this affects people's quality of life and it affects our independence. So something needs to, we understand that there's a balance between making it sustainable and providing service, but some compromise needs to be reached.
Absolutely. I understand that at the same time, Jacksonville is making these changes to USERV, they are also piloting autonomous vehicles.
Correct.
Can you tell us a little bit more about that and about how accessibility is being baked into those projects?
Well, with the Drexel Transportation Advisory Committee, we are involved in the design and the overall project of the autonomous vehicles to ensure ADA compliance. However, there are some things that were like, make us rethink if they're actually doing it right. Like, one of the major things was, since a vehicle are autonomous, how do they tie down a wheelchair? Right? So they painted these little things on the ground at each station, and they're like, sit here and we'll get somebody for you. Well, if that works, then what's the point of the autonomous vehicle if I need somebody to get there to load me on there? So that was one of the challenges. We are currently involved in the process to see if there's other ways that we can make them able to tie down a wheelchair automatically. So we did test that. Unfortunately, they used me as their test subject, and I was able to show them that it didn't work. So they went back to the drawing board on that. But the issue is that innovation with autonomous vehicle is truly the wave of the future. And how does it help people with disabilities now?
Right.
Right now, we can't see the benefit. And our city is pouring in millions of dollars into it while cutting programs that assist people with disabilities, where autonomous vehicles at their current state right now do nothing for us. So that's been our challenge.
Speaking of the funding for these programs, can you tell us a little bit more about where the funding was coming from for the USERV project? Is there federal funding? Is there state funding, or is that a Jacksonville?
For USERV?
Yes.
For USERV, it's actually paid for by our transit company. They claim that there was no funding for that. But speaking to my fellow panelists, we had learned different. So I will be taking that back.
And the funding that you discovered, is it federal funding or?
Well, it's the JTA, they pay for it. I don't know if that comes out of their general revenue or some other grant that they might be using to
Interesting.
feed off of, but we're not really sure.
Okay. I want to pivot back to Ross and also to Sharon. I'm curious if either of you have advice for either advocates or transit agencies that want to bring projects like the ones we've been talking about to their communities to start something like this up.
Sure. So, for communities, I think it's important to have a like we have our advisory council. And I think that most communities need to have that. And it needs to be active in the community. Because of the recent changes with USERV, the Center for Independent Living was able to basically start a grassroots movement to advocate. So we had 150 people show up to our transit company to voice their concerns regarding it. So I would say the advocacy on a grassroots level and maybe getting involved with the local centers for independent living in their different communities to help advocate for the change.
And I would just say, for advocates or whoever wants to see a change happen, is to spend a little time and do a little homework, do a little research. There's a lot of organizations out there like Cutter across the country that are academically based, and a lot of them get funded through one of two related federal organizations. There's TRB, the Transportation Research Board, and then there's TCRP, which I don't know what it stands for, but you can find them online. And a similar thing for research programs. They have studies that have been done on anything you can imagine related to transportation, and some you can't. So they're all online. They're all publicly available to find. There's a lot of tremendous data there. There's examples of success stories, because everyone is different. As kind of Martin was describing, what rural communities have for resources and needs are totally different from urban environments and everybody in between. So you kind of want to recognize, where your community is at, and find a model out there that you think will resonate with the community. Find some people who are influential, who believe in it, who buy into it, who want to support it. So elected officials at any level in your community, people who are business owners, people who are, are part of the transit agency or part of every county has a planning agency, and the planning agency is usually pretty closely working with the transit agency and the cities. So a planning agency is another great kind of partner to look at. At each of these places, you'll find people who are open to innovation and those who aren't. So find those who are open and see if you can find some champions to help you make it happen, and do that research and build some influence to make it happen. And know that technology is always changing. We couldn't do the projects we're doing today just a few years ago. When we first started doing on-demand services, the biggest challenge was people didn't have cell phones with data. It's not an issue anymore. So, keep aware of your community, what the needs are, and how to best meet those needs.
Absolutely. Thanks for that advice. For our last question, we're going to do kind of a lightning round with all of our panelists, starting with Amanda. I'm curious, especially as the council is thinking about recommendations and how we can be supportive in our advocacy, what is most needed to improve ground transportation for people with disabilities?
Okay, so first of all, I wanted to say everything that Sharon just said. So everything she just said, I'm gonna just double that. I don't think it either. We have a lot in common, but so to piggyback off of some of what she said, you know, that there has to be some education around people with disabilities' right to have the same type of life as a person without a disability. Because right now, the general, and I'm not saying everyone, but the general consensus is as long as we can get to the doctor, as long as we can get to work, sometimes we're good. A lot of times people think that the jobs that we have are like volunteer or they're part-time, so they don't mean as much, or they're not as, I don't know, impactful or something. So I don't know, but I have just as much right to go to the movie as I do to go to work or to the doctor. And we all do. I think communication is very key in the entire process. Um, and I want to talk a little bit about that, but part of that is the presumption of competence. I know that some people need assistance with communication, and if someone tries to communicate with them and they need help at that point, then that person can decide what assistance they need. But the presumption of competence is very, very important because a lot of times I feel like we're not listened to because people don't think we know what we're talking about. They assume, you know, sometimes when we have this disability, we have that disability, or whatever the case may be. But competence should be presumed with every single person, and accommodation should be added in as needed. Another thing is with the private companies and whatever, somebody mentioned the insurance. That's absolutely an issue. I have exactly one person I can call in case of an emergency if the paratransit doesn't work. Our cab company that we used to have that did wheelchair rides, you'll still see their wheelchair vehicles going around town, but they don't transport people who use wheelchairs anymore because of insurance costs. So that is a big problem. I also think that there needs to be more communication with transportation providers. They let us fill out these surveys, but the surveys don't ask the right questions. And I'm not sure they want the answers to the questions that they should be asking. But you know, they leave one line at the bottom, like, what are your suggestions? You know, I could write you a book, but are you gonna do anything? And I'll just give one example of something because I think it's important here. One time I was in my friend's wedding and I missed her rehearsal dinner, not because transportation was late, but because they just didn't show up. Okay, and their fix for that was to send me 5 tokens that are worth $2.50 apiece. So to explain to them that did not compensate me at all for what I missed, for missing my best friend's rehearsal dinner. So there needs to be so much education. And one more thing I will say is that, yes, there are meetings with transportation councils and whatnot, but and they might notice it. It might be on a billboard somewhere in the middle of nowhere. And then they have it during times where they know that people with disabilities can't attend. Or they know it's a hard time for us to get transportation. And I said that was gonna be the last thing, but I have one more. One more is that,
Go for it.
the, you know, even people that have funding through Medicaid waiver, self-directed Medicaid programs, even those funding options, it's hard for us to get providers because the process of paperwork and background checks and everything is so tedious that people really don't want to have to deal with all of that. Like they don't mind helping us. And if you're on a self-directed care, sometimes you can offer a little bit higher rate than traditional waiver or whatever. But even if you can offer higher rates, they don't want to have to do the level of background check and all the paperwork that entails. So I think that all of those things, I know everything I said was probably a barrier too, but I think those are things that could legitimately be worked on that need to be addressed.
Absolutely. Does anyone, sure. Why don't we wrap it up there? And I'll turn the floor back to our council members for any questions that you might have.
Yes, do any of the council members have? Sasha?
I wanted to ask why how do we need steps to keep the state?
I'm sorry, repeat that one more. Couldn't quite catch the question,
Are
sorry.
there steps that state or federal government could take to help make it easier to run programs like the ones you have in Pinellas County?
Ooh, that's like a plant. Thank you for that perfect question. That's exactly what I wanted to tell you is, so first of all, I'm going to keep it short. The FTA has lots of regulations, and what's challenging is that if you contact the FTA's ADA technical assistance people, right, which I do, right? I don't know everything. I got to ask questions. They'll tell me something. And then when the FTA's triennial auditor comes out, they have a different interpretation of the same law. I know this happens throughout the federal government, but this is a huge barrier to innovation. Huge. Okay. So I'll keep on the same train, right? We have books that explain the FTA's regulations and guidelines surrounding ADA paratransit services. These were written some time ago with tremendous intentions. Today, to me, they seem paternalistic. Because to me, we want people to be able to make their own choices. And they prevent people from making their own choices. So we have to go through all sorts of hoops to be able to do innovative programs like meeting the taxi voucher exemption rules, which even then the FTA was threatening to pull back and get rid of those. Let's hope that doesn't happen. So I don't want to get lost too much in technical stuff, but I know NCD is a policy group, so you guys have some influence in these areas. So I'm happy to follow up with you with details later, but I think I'll stop there.
Any other questions? Yeah, Neil?
Chairman, thank you. First of all, again, thank you all very much for being here today. I think it was, Martin, I think it was you who said that people tended to like micro transportation better. Knowing all the models that we've talked about and all the things you've done, and if you had to pick a direction, macro or micro, where would you try to go?
Well, there's actually a very natural tension there. When we were talking today, I was writing down the challenge with the microtransit on-demand type service is that it's really not designed for mass transportation. And the benefits of mass transportation is that you can move a lot of people for fewer resources. But with microtransit and on-demand services, it's sort of at odds. And we've seen examples where shared ride examples or coordinated trips are starting to find some benefit of that. I think, for me, sort of little bit answering the other question, where I would like to see things happening is to increase flexibility for the programs that can fund these. For example, the federal 5310 program is very heavy on investing in capital, and these programs need operating funds. And so as a consequence of that, and I understand the 5310 program, I always like to call it like a bucket. 5307 funds are a pool of funds. And so it blends with a lot of people. But for the 5310, we needed that bucket to make sure this population served. And while it does do an enormous amount of benefit to the community, sometimes these communities are hamstrung with the inability to use operating funds to support that. And we see that in Florida with some regularity. So I would say that I would like to see the microtransit solutions coming to the fore. But I think in order for it to happen, we need to have a revisiting of these systems that I think a little bit what Ross was alluding to. Some of these are really old. I mean, we jokingly call them FTA circulars because there's circular logic in there. And, sometimes, I understand it's well-intentioned. They're making tweaks to programs. I think, revisiting that and freeing up the opportunity to do that without, hurting the program, its intentions of the program. I think the other new innovation that I think it's probably about 4 years old now, it's called federal braiding. A lot of the rural agencies that we work with and communities, they have a tough time making the match, the federal match. And the braiding program, I think it's CCAM. I forget the acronym stands for. I remember what TCRP is, Transit Cooperative Research Program.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
Yeah. But the CCAM program actually allows federal funds to be used as local match. So I'm not saying this is this is a true example, but it's an illustrative example. You could use your USDA SNAP funds to pay as a local match for some transportation services. So if I were to choose microtransit, I would want to make sure that we give more resources and flexibility to ensure its success, because I think we end up having what's happening in Jacksonville and around the country really happening, where it gets a lot of traction, and then some of the advantages start falling apart as its popularity drives costs to be unsustainable, if that makes sense.
May I just follow? Do you mind? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I understand what you're saying. I also understand that America is a microtransportation country.
Yes.
That's who we are.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody owns a car.
Yeah.
People own 5 cars.
Yeah.
And when you have a unique population that needs a specific, and the problems are so difficult and egregious for them to even make the connection to macro transportation, it would appear that understanding who we are as a people and understanding the reality of where we're going. I mean, mass transportation, I don't know how you guys feel, but it hasn't gone very well in the last 100 years in America.
Yeah.
Considering all those things, are we to expect that people with disabilities are any different in what their desires are, and how they want to get back and forth? I mean, I look at my friends here and I know, I've heard one person say to me once, I just want to go to the movie.
Yeah. Yeah.
A lot more.
Yeah. And I think in terms of what you're describing, really, one of my hats is a land use planner, and, we see this all the time where communities are not designed, they're car friendly and they're not pedestrian and public transportation friendly. Just as Ross was alluding to, sure, we can get people on the bus, but wait a second, every bus rider is a pedestrian. And if you're dropping them off in a very dangerous spot, you're really doing a disservice to a variety of things. So I do agree with you that in our current environments, and Florida, I think, is very much that way. It's a massive suburban community. And getting anywhere with anything other than a car is it's extremely challenging, with a few exceptions in some cities. So I do think that in that gaze, 100%, that building microtransit solutions is really the best way in these suburban settings, which is Florida's not unusual. It's fast growing states, Texas, Arizona, Nevada, Florida. These are how these communities are designed for the most part. And trying to ask them it's trying to put a square peg in a round hole, right? It's asking them to do something that's not really feasible given the constraints of the community, the physical constraints of the community. So I think my answer is amended, but I am a pragmatist about the communities and the challenges that transportation providers are struggling with to meet those needs. I think that's the big challenge. So.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. I will just, I just have a comment where we are pushing a time. In December, with the rollout of our ground transportation report, Anna and I had the opportunity to attend the Autonomous Vehicle Summit in DC the first week in December, in which Anna spoke about the needs for this to come. I think some of this can be helped and solved with the autonomous vehicles. There are some challenges involved there, but I really, I think that the future is bright, and we'll share more about that tomorrow with part of my report. But that allows for individuals to access transportation, autonomous vehicles, and go wherever they want to go, whenever they want to go. I think that, to me, is a bright future. Comes with challenges, which everything does, but at that, I think we're pushing the time. I want to thank the panelists, all the panelists today, but the panelists today that are here with us. Thank you for being here. I will ask for a motion. Sasha, I'll do this correctly. A motion to adjourn until tomorrow morning. Sasha moves. Is there a second? Then we are adjourned. With 9 a.m. tomorrow morning. Thank you.
This thing?